Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2.
The first of two qualifiers lining up with Twin Turbo Diesel and Kenny Murphy, Timberly Convict Jacob Sweet. Gangatano is scratched. Camluck Lady, the 4 with Corey McPherson, Pineapple Express, Willie McKay. Fast track conditions, 17 degrees Celsius, no variant. Here they come. And there they go, off-end pacing. Into the turn they go, led by Pineapple Express. Cam Luck Lady will get away second, Twin Turbo Diesel third, and then Timberly Convict will trail. On the backstretch they go. Pineapple Express out in front. Here's Cam Luck Lady drawing right alongside now, and they're going to have a little brouhaha right here in the qualifier at Summerside. Pineapple Express is the leader. Cam Luck Lady now races from second, Twin Turbo Diesel on the turn third, and the trailer, that is Timberly Convict. 29 seconds flat, series opener, and Cam Luck Lady now moving on to the lead, in line to Corey McPherson. Racing from second, that is Pineapple Express. Then in third is Twin Turbo Diesel, and the fourth one, Timberly Convict, halfway home in the first qualifier, and Cam Luck Lady is all alone now on the lead. 58 and won the half mile. Pineapple Express is second, Twin Turbo Diesel third, and the trailer fourth, Timberly Convict. They'll go to three quarters next, and Cam Luck Lady is off by herself. Here's Twin Turbo Diesel now coming up to take over second. Third up the rail is Pineapple Express, and the trailer fourth, Timberly Convict. We're going to have a new late leader as Twin Turbo Diesel drives around Cam Luck Lady off a 1:28 and 2 3/4. Twin Turbo Diesel, he's now all alone turning for home. Cam Luck Lady is second, then in third, Pineapple Express, and Timberly Convict fourth. On the wire, it'll be Twin Turbo Diesel, a going away winner for Kenny Murphy. Cam Luck Lady held second, and Pineapple Express third. Time for the mile, 1:57 and 4. Now the results of the first qualifier, Twin Turbo Diesel the winner, Timberly Convict fourth, Gangatano was scratched, Cam Luck Lady second, Pineapple Express third, 29, 58 and 1, 128 and 2, and the mile 157 and 4. In review, it's 1-4 scratch, 2-3. Second qualifier has Princess Halo and Brady Sweet, Ms. Believing Ryan DeRoche, Emperor with Jeff Lewis and Brookdale George, and Paul Langell. Fast track, no variant, 17 degrees, here they come. Off stride is Brookdale George getting away. Into the turn they go, and at the rail, Princess Halo will lead them out alongside Misbelieving is second as they round the turn. Emperor will step it out from third, and on the run in the back, that is Brookdale George. On the backstretch they go to the first quarter. Princess Halo is the early leader for Brady Sweet. Misbelieving now in second. Tightening up third is Emperor. Back down pacing in the backfield, Brookdale George. On by the first quarter mile, Princess Halo the fraction center. Misbelieving is second, right with the leader's third, Emperor, and Brookdale George in the backfield. 28-4 was the opening quarter. Princess Halo leads them on by the 3/8 full, two-hole ride. That belongs to Misbelieving. Emperor is third, and the trailer fourth, Brookdale George. Halfway home in the second qualifier, and it is Princess Halo, the midway point leader. Racing from second is Misbelieving, then third, Emperor. Brookdale George, the trailer fourth. They were halfway home in 1 minute and 1/5. Over to the 5/8 they go. Princess Halo now has some company. Misbelieving drives up the challenge. Emperor races third. And fourth, that is Brookdale George. Misbelieving now takes over the lead en route to three quarters. Princess Halo is second. Back into third, Emperor. And Brookdale George is fourth. So the three quarters, that's completed in 1:29-4. Misbelieving now driving away in the late going. Princess Halo in second, Emperor third, and Brookdale George fourth. As the second of two qualifiers comes to the finish, Misbelieving will be all alone on the line. Princess Halo will finish second. Emperor hangs on to be third. Time for the mile in 1:58 flat. Results of the second qualifier, Princess Halo second, Misbelieving was the winner. Emperor finished third, Brookdale George fourth, 28-4, 1 minute 129-4, and the mile 158. In review, 2-1-3-4. come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. It's Tuesday, June the 16th. We have 13 races on tap for you here this evening. The feature race comes up in race number 12. 5 starters face the starting gate. Louis the Great is leaving on the rail tonight with Corey McPherson aboard. 2 is House Edge Hanover coming into this one on a 2-race winning streak, winning the last 2 top classes here at Red Shores in Summerside. Jason Hughes was in the bike, and he's in the bike again tonight. 3, Doc Awesome with Paul Angel. 4 is Sobble Attack with Kenny Murphy. Rounding out the field on the outside 5 is Marigo Magic with Adam Murner. Going to be a great night for harness racing here. The sun has come out, and as I mentioned, it's going to be a great night for harness racing here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside. We have some program and equipment changes for you, and for all of those, let's go upstairs to the man who will call all the action. Here is Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program, event number 5 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 17 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Derek Quinn and Mr. Dylan Allain. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. In the first race tonight, number 3, Shine Runner, adding a birch bit, earplugs, and a line pole on the outside. Turning over to race number 2. In the second race, number 7, Wizard, removing the line pole and the Murphy blind outside. The hobbles are extended from 55 to 56 inches. Turning over to race number 3. In the third race, number 6, Stormy's Hush Money, adding earplugs and a tongue tie. Next change, we'll go to race number 5, featuring the Super High 5. In the fifth race, number 2, Benham Special K, removing the Tony Morgan, adding spreaders, add a line pole and a Murphy blind outside. Number 4, Louis the Lip, is adding blinkers. And number 7, Tobin's April Fool, removing the Tony Morgan, adding go straights, a Murphy blind inside, and a straight Italian sidelining bit. Final changes on the card. You'll go to race number 6. In the sixth race, number 5, Woodmere Heather M, adding a tail tie. Scratch number 6, Elm Grove Treasure, she will not go. Race 6, scratch number 6, Elm Grove Treasure. That's going to wrap up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. The Parimutuel wickets, they're open and selling. The first race post time set for 6 o'clock. You have 26 minutes to make your race 1 decisions.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron calling all the action in the booth tonight. For our second pregame tonight, we got a bit of a treat for those of you who may not have seen this race, but in 1984, we had the first Miracle Mile here on Prince Edward Island. We're looking for that sub-2-minute mile. It seemed like forever. We had 2 minutes flat on July the 1st by Gemini Risk. Well, Governor's Plate night, we produced that 1:59 and 2 mile, and we're going to see the whole race right now.
Round one, winners accolade, Doug Walsh, Tucson Cross, Marcel Berrio, 3, Glenn Reynolds, Jody Hennessy, 4, Old Time Robbie, Ronnie Gass, 5, Gemini Red, Wally Hennessy, 6, the special class with Dave Pinkney. Here they come. They're off, and Gemini is quick off the gate, takes the Predator, winners accolade, racing second. At the rail, third is Silent Cross, Glenn Reynolds, fourth, Old Time Robbie. On the special class trail, say goodbye to 8, Gemini Risk on top. As it by 2, winners accolade racing second, Silent Cross sits in 3. Come forward, Glenn Reynolds, Old Time Robbie. Your trailer special class by the opening quarter, Gemini Risk on top. Winners accolade gets closer, second, Silent Cross third, 29 and 4 by the opening quarter. With the lead up front is Gemini Risk. Winners accolade racing second, Silent Cross sits in third. Glenn Reynolds racing fourth. They swing for the half. It's Gemini Risk on top. Winners accolade racing second, third is Silent Cross. Glenn Reynolds, Old Time Robbie. Here comes special class from the back. A race by the half. Gemini Risk. Winners accolade now to the outside second. A race by the half in a minute 3/5. On to the 5/8 they go. Winners accolade on the outside to the top. Gemini Risk racing second, Silent Cross, special class in 4. A race to the 3/4. The pacing machine is on top. He takes them by the 3/4. Winners accolade by 2. Gemini Risk racing second, Silent Cross, special class, Old Time Robbie. Glenn Reynolds now trails 1:30 and 1 by the 3/4. They have an 1/8 of a mile left to go. It's winners accolade. Here comes Gemini Risk back to the outside. They have an 1/8 of a mile left to go. It's winners accolade. Gemini Risk coming on the outside. Gemini Risk outside. Winners accolade is on top. You win the Governor's Plate. Gemini Risk second. Silent Cross, special class, Old Time Robbie on the Glenn Reynolds for Governor's Plate. Ladies and gentlemen, he's some kind of racehorse. He's now won 18 of 20 starts here in the Maritimes this year. He owns track records at Halifax, Truro, and St. John. And tonight, winners accolade 1:59 and 2. Ladies and gentlemen, that track side is the only George Canning. And Doug Walsh tipping his hat to the fans here at the raceway. The first mile ever paced would have been 2 minutes on Prince Edward Island. And he paced his last half in 58 and 4. He is a pacing machine, and he now owns Summerside's track record 1:59 and 2. Well, that about wraps it up here for the Governor's Plate now.
Well, that was quite a mile back when I was a kid, 1984. I was almost 10 years old, but I was here. I do remember that night, Boomer calling that race, 1:59 and 2. Our first sub-2-minute mile here on Prince Edward Island. Going to be a great night for harness racing here at Red Shores in Summerside. And if you have a look at the in-house monitors for the upcoming first race tonight, first half of the Daily Double, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place and Show Wagering. Also the start of the 20-cent I'll Pick 5. I like 4, 5 and 6. Post-time picks going 4, 7, 8. Classifiers choices 4, 6 and 7 in the opener in 9 minutes. An equipment change in the opener on number 3, Shine Runner, adds a birch bit, earplugs and a line pole on the outside.
Maiden Pacers for the first race on parade. Today is Moonshine number 1, Willie McKay up at Albin, the owner, trainer, and driver. 2 is Bugtown Victoria. Brian Walsh of Albany owns and trains. Ryan DeRoss drives. 3 Shine Runner, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Claire Murphy, trained by Luke Burke, Donnie McNeil. Hail Force Wins number 4, owned by Donna and Courtney McLean of Fairview, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 5 Stingerama, owned by Carl Bagnall, Stratford, trained by Tammy Collings, Jeremy Baker driving. Covalicious Rhymes, number 6, owned by Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton, trained and driven by Devin Wallace. 7, Bet the Stars, owned by Jeff and Bob Skinner and Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Kenny Murphy drives. Number 8, Lindale Sassy, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester. Adam Murner catch drives. 9 is Oliver Sweetie. Brett Clough in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Abby Clough, Cornwall. 3 minutes to post time. Welcome to Race Day Live and our 13 DAX presentation from Red Shores, Summerside. Rocky Skierman is at the HBI broadcast desk with details on the Isle Pick 5.
And on your screen, you'll see the Isle Pick 5. You can pick the winners of races 1 through 5 with the low 15% takeout and the guaranteed pool of $2,000. Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. Equipment change on the 3, Shine Runner. He adds a birch bit, earplugs, and a line pole on the outside. First half of the daily double, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show. It's also the start of the guaranteed 20-cent Isle Pick 5, landing on the 4. Hail Force wins a 3-year-old Bay Filly by Tobago Cays for Donna and Courtney McLean of Fairview. Ashley Gamester is the trainer. Jason Hughes will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown, June the 11th, left from post 7. Finished 6th, 2 minutes, 1/5, 30 seconds flat. Closing quarter, Adam Murner was in the bike. 4th start of the season, 7th career tonight. For number 4, Hail Force wins with Jason Hughes aboard at 7-5. And there we see the 5, Stingorama, 3-year-old bay colt by Perfect Sting for Carl Bagnall of Stratford. Tammy Collins is the trainer. Jeremy Baker in the bike. Last Tuesday night here at Summerside. Left from 6 and finished 2. Just got beat by a length and a quarter. Race time 2:04 and 1, 29 and 3. Closing quarter for Jeremy Baker. 4th lifetime start tonight for the 5, Stingorama with Jeremy Baker at 8-5. Sorry. At 5-2 on the 5, Stingorama, your current choice right now on the board. And there we get a peek at the 6, Covalicious Rhymes, a 3-year-old black filly by Malicious for Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton. Devin Wallace is the trainer and the driver. Daryl McLean is the breeder. Started here last Tuesday night, left from post 6 and finished 2nd, just beat by a length and a half. Race time 2:02 and 1. Closing quarter 31 and 1. Devin Wallace was in the bike. Still looking for that first win in her 9th lifetime start tonight. That is the 6, Covalicious Rhymes with Devin Wallace at 8-1. Tonight's first of a baker's dozen, a field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Zendaya's Moonshine, Bugtown Victoria, Shine Runner, Hail Force Winds, Stingorama. Covalicious Rhymes, Bet the Stars, Lindale Sassy up front. We have a trailer to open it up. That's Oliver Sweetie. Top of the stretch. Here they come. And there they go, off and pacing. That's Bugtown Victoria with the first call. Towards the rail is Zendaya's Moonshine. Third one to make their way round the turn. Hail Force Winds on the outside. Stingorama towards the rail. That's Oliver Sweetie. Now moving to the rail, Covalicious Rhyme 6. Seventh is Shine Runner on the outside. Eighth, Bet the Stars. And trailing ninth, Lindale Saxy on the backstretch for time 1. Bugtown Victoria, the long shot leader. It's short-lived. Here's the Blue Knight Use. Aboard Hail Force Winds, and they'll take over the lead as the post-time favorite. Offside went Oliver Sweetie in the early going. They went 29 and 4 to the quarter. Hail Force Winds cleared. Second, that's Bugtown Victoria. Then third, Zendaya's Moonshine racing from fourth. That's Stingorama. Back into fifth is Covalicious Rhymes on the outside. Shine Runner is underway. There goes the inquiry sign now in the first race. Race 1 under an inquiry. Retain your tickets. Moving into 7, Bet the Stars. 8 is Lindale Saxy. Oliver Sweetie is 9th. Halfway home in the opener in 1 minute and 4. Rounding the turn, they go to the 5-8. Hail Force Wins the leader. On the outside, Stingorama is up second. Bugtown Victoria third. Zendaya's Moonshine fourth. Shine Runner, she's getting into it late now, fifth. Bet the Stars sixth. Covalicious Rhyme seventh. On the outside, Lindale Sassy is eighth. The trailer ninth. Oliver Sweetie, they go by 3/4 now. In at the rail, Hail Force Wins. Stingorama on the outside at her wheel. The 3/4 in 1:32 and 1. Down to an eighth of a mile left to go. Hail Force Winds turning home. Stingorama's right alongside that leader. Bugtown Victoria up the inside third. Shine Runner way wide is coming late on the wire. Stingorama to open it up. Hail Force Winds was second. It looked like Shine Runner rallied in third. And the time for the mile in 2:0. 2 and 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener. And we see Hail Force Winds go to the front tonight, 29 and 4. The half up in 1 minute and 4/5. They rolled to 3/4 in 1:32 and 1. Here is the stretch drive. I put Stingorama in there for second. Went off his first lifetime start, which shows the last quarter in 28.3 with that mile in 2 minutes flat. I put him in there for second, but he was the best tonight, getting a maiden record of 2:02 and 1. Here is the stretch drive. You're seeing Stingorama, nice long-gated horse here. He's coming up to win for Jeremy Baker. Maiden record, as I mentioned. Hail Force Wins in there for second. Up for third, looks like the 3 Shine Runner. So we have 5-4-3 unofficially. In tonight's opener, we're going to see Stingorama in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle next under an inquiry. Hold all tickets.
The judge's inquiry involves the conduct of a race number 1 going to the first quarter. Stingorama's going to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from tonight's first race. Bay facing Colt 3 by Perfect Sting from the Sweet Lou Dam. Sweet Kiss, home of Carl Bagnall Stratford, bred by Spring Station Bloodstock. Trained by Tammy Collins, Jeremy Baker will guide him to victory and a maiden record of 202-1. Stingorama in the Tuesday night opener at Summerside.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now, the results of the first race judges' inquiry. Racing officials deemed that number 9, Oliver Sweetie, ran up on the back of number 5, Stingorama, forcing number 9 off stride and interfering with multiple horses in the first race. With number 9 finishing 9th, there's no placings required. Now the official results from the first race: Zendaya's Moonshine 6, Bugtown Victoria 4th, Shine Runner 3rd, Hail Force Winds was 2nd, Stingorama the race winner, Covalicious Rhymes was 8th, Bet the Stars 5th. Lindale Sassy was 7th. Oliver Sweetie finished 9th. 29 and 4, 1 minute 4, 132 and 1, and the mile in 202 and 1. In review 643, 218, 579. Stingorama paid $810. The exactor 1340, triactor 4750, and the superfecta 2791.
HPI Prince Edward Island customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card on Tuesdays in June here at Red Shore Summerside will receive 5% cash back. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race. I'm going to go with a 2, 4, 6. Post time picks like 2, 4, and 5. The classifier's choices 2, 6, 4 in the second race in 6 minutes.
Second race on parade, number 1 is Starship SLX, owned by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watts out of Murner Drives. 2 is Starship Destiny. The owners are Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett, trained by Mario Macri, Jason Hughes. Starship Zodiac 3, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Summerside. Robbie does the training. Norris Rogers drives. Hockey's Dale number 4, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton, trained and driven by Jacob Swede. 5 is Brookdale Jim, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell driving. Number 6, Edge of the World, owned by Brett LeBlanc and Nolan Campbell. Brett trains and drives. Number 7 is Wizard, owned by Ken Williams of Ellerslie, trained by Alan McDonald. Kenny Murphy's in the sulky. 4 minutes, 2 post time. We're just 1 week away from the Atlantic Regional Driving Championship on Tuesday, June 23rd, right here at Red Shore Summerside. First race post time will be 6 p.m.
And you see the drivers competing in that Atlantic Regional Driving Championship next Tuesday night. Post time, 6 o'clock, as Vance mentioned. Gilles Barrio, Mark Campbell, Mike Downey, Paul Langell, Keith Legg, Corey McPherson, Zach Mullins, and Mark Pezzarello. Heading out to the track for tonight's second race, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show Wagering. Equipment change on number 7 in here, Wizard. He removes a Murphy blind and line pole. His hobbles go from 55 inches to 56 inches. Landing on the 2 in here, Starship Destiny, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Source of Pride for Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett. Mario Macri is the trainer. Jason Hughes back in the bike tonight. Very impressive start last Tuesday night here, left from post 2. Sat 2 throughout. Finished 3rd, just beat by 2.5 lengths. Race time 1:56 flat. Probably the trip of this horse's life last week. And a really good last quarter, 28 and 3. He's got a win, 159 and 1. If you look 2 starts back right here, wire to wire from post 4 on June the 2nd. I like him on top in this one. Starship Destiny with Jason Hughes at even money. First call, 50-50. Isabella's up here right now. This is your first call, 50-50. There's a look at the 4. Hawkish Deo, 5-year-old bay horse by McWicket. For Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton, Jacob Sweet is the trainer and the driver. This horse went a real good trip last week as well. From post 5, finished 4th, beat by 5 1/4. Race time 1:56 and 3 with a closing quarter of 28 and 3. Jacob Sweet was in the bike, still looking for that first win of 2026. Had 3 wins last season, including a 1:57 and 4 record. Taken right here at Summerside, that is the 4. Hawkish Deo with Jacob Sweet aboard at 9-5. There's a look at the 6, Edge of the World, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach for Brett LeBlanc and Nolan Campbell. Brett LeBlanc is also the trainer and the driver. Started at Charlottetown on June the 6th, left from post 4, finished 6. 157 and 4, 29 and 4 closing quarter. Gilles Barrio was in the bike for that one. Has a win this season. You look back May the 2nd at Charlottetown. Left from post 6, a winner by a length and a half in 158 and 1, 29 and 1 closing quarter. Brett LeBlanc was in the bike. Edge of the World leaving 6 tonight at 9-2. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for tonight's second race. A field of 7 in here. Starship, SLX, and Adam Murner leaving on the rail tonight. They're 9-1. The 2, Starship Destiny with Jason Hughes at even money. The 3, Starship Zodiac on your screen right now. Norris Rogers to drive at 10-1. The 4 is Hawkish Deo with Jacob Sweet at 3-2. 5 is Brookdale Jim with Paul Angel at 11-1. The 6 is Edge of the World with Brett LeBlanc at 9-2. And 7 on the outside, rounding out the field, is Wizard with Kenny Murphy aboard on your screen right now. Don't let him get away with those odds, folks. He's at 88-1. That is the field for tonight's second race. Good luck with your plays. Give a shout out tonight to starting gate driver Scotty McKendrick and starter Justin Darash. But I was in the gate the other night with Scotty in Charlottetown Saturday night. Took some co-workers from my school that I work at, Athena. They got in the back of the starting gate with starter Jeff McDonald. They had the time of their life. So I want to thank you, Scotty. And Jeff McDonald, if you're watching, they had a great night in Charlottetown on Saturday night. As the field of 7 lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's second race, let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Starship SLX, Starship Destiny, Starship Zodiac, Hockey's Dale, Brookdale Jim, Edge of the World. Oh, Wizard is on the outside. Second race, they're up on the gate. Top of the stretch. Approaching your start. Starship SLX back at the start, and there they go. Up and pacing, Brookdale Jim, Starship Destiny, Hockey's Dale. That's Starship Zodiac towards the rail. Crossing over 5th is Edge of the World, away 6th. That's Wizard, followed by the trailer, Starship SLX. Brookdale Jim, the veteran, made the lead for Paul Langell by a little better than 2. Second is Starship Destiny. Starship Zodiac, he got away 3rd. Hockey's Dale in 4th. That's Edge of the World, a racing 5th, followed by Wizard and Starship SLX. 28-1, a solid opener. And Brookdale Jim put that one on the board. He'll lead by the 3/8 pole. Starship Destiny set up for the 2-hole ride. A little gap to 3rd. Starship Zodiac there. 4th on the cones is Hockey's Dale. Then in 5th, it's Edge of the World. Wizard goes 6th. Starship SLX trailing the field halfway home in tonight's second, and Brookdale Jim got them to the midway point. Oh, and they're rolling 57-1 was the half. Arriving at 5/8, it's Jim and Paul out in front. Second is Starship Destiny. On the outside, Hockey's Dale comes first up 3rd. Catching the second over till 4th, Edge of the World. 5th is Starship Zodiac. Wizard 3rd over 6th, and that's Starship SLX, the trailer, but he's not out of it. They're on by 3/4, and we have a new leader, Hockey's Dale. 3/4 up in 1:28 flat. 3 high second. Edge of the World at the rail. Third is Brookdale Jim. Way wide, Starship XLX. He's coming fourth, and they're in the home stretch now, and they're well grooved. Hockey's Teo. Edge of the World. Starship Destiny comes up the inside late on the wire. Oh, it's tight. Starship Destiny. He might have got there up the inside, but they'll be looking at a win photo. 1:58.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. Hawkish Deo, Brookdale Jim. Brookdale Jim gets to the front, 28-1, half up, 57-1, 128 to 3/4. And as I mentioned, Hawkish Deo and Brookdale Jim, they're battling down the stretch. But look who's coming up the inside here. That is Starship Destiny with Jason Hughes, and they're going to get it all tonight. That's their second win of the season. Jason Hughes gets the job done with Starship Destiny tonight. 1:58.3 in for second on the line. That is the 4. Hawkish Deo up for third is the 6. Edge of the World. It's 2-4-6. Ice cold here in tonight's second race. We're going to see Starship Destiny and Jason Hughes. They're going to the Whitmere Standard Bids Winner Circle next.
Oh, the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, he scooted him right up the passing lane to win it on the end of it here in the second. Speaking of the 2, Starship Destiny. Bay Pacing Gelding 5 by Source of Pride. Off the Westward Ho Hanover Dam, away west. Owned by Philip Darage, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Abel Latt. Bred by Claude Portier. Trained by Mario Macri. And Jason Hughes will guide him to victory, and that's his 5th lifetime victory on this night, the mile 1:58.3. Starship Destiny in the second.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Syntrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now the official results from the second race, Starship SLX 5th. Starship Destiny was the winner. Starship Zodiac finished 6th. Hockey's Dale was 2nd. Brookdale Jim was 7th. Edge of the World finished 3rd. Wizard was 4th. Fractions went 28-1, 57-1, 128, and the mile 158-3. In review, 516-2734. Starship Destiny paid $220. The Exactor $4. The Triactor $14.90. Superfecta was $11.68, and the early daily double $33.
Red Shores Racing has a full menu of wagering options available for the 2026 racing season. Customers can play the Isle Pick 5 with the $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 Super High 5s, and a new Lake Pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. The Isle Pick 5, Super High 5, and the Lake Pick 4 feature an industry low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen as the horses make their way out of the paddock for tonight's third race. Equipment change on number 6, Stormy's Hush Money, Ed's Earplugs, and a tongue tie. I'm going to go 173. Post time picks likes 137, and the classifier's choices 1, 7, and 3 in the third race in 7 minutes.
Salzburg Fancy on the third race parade, owned by Jordan McKay of French River and John Mellenbacher of Oakville, Ontario, trained by Chris McKay. Corey McPherson drives. Singer's Choice number 2, Jacob Sweet, training and driving for owner of Paul Banks, St. John, New Brunswick. Starship Sundancer 3, owned by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell. 4, J.J. Leona, owned by Jamie McKinley of Clyde River, trained by Joe Baxter, Brody McPhee driving. Terrorizer This, number 5, owned by Jeff Valley of Thornton, Ontario. Landon Campbell is the trainer driver. Stormy's Hush Money, number 6, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston and Wayne Watson of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Donnie Milligan, Kenny Murphy up. Redland Rain, number 7, owned by Windermere Farms, Clive Balderson, R&B Stables, and Don McNeil Jr., trained by Earl Watts, driven by Adam Murner. Handle on You, number 8, Norris Rogers, training and driving for Maddie Rogers, Summerside. 9, All Bets on Lee, owned by Roger Acoin of Fatima, Quebec, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by Jason Hughes. 4 minutes to post time. On-track customers can place their non-winning tickets into the ballot drums for a chance to win the Governor's Plate Prize Package, which includes a table for 4 on plate night, one-night hotel stay, and $500 in cash.
And that prize draw will be July the 1st. That's a Wednesday after race number 10. Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Equipment change on number 6, Stormy's Hush Money. Adds earplugs and a tongue tie. There's a top selection in here. That is the rail sitter, Salisbrook Fancy. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Somewhere Fancy for Jordan McKay of French River and John Mellenbacher of Oakville, Ontario. Chris McKay is the trainer and Corey McPherson will do the driving. Very impressive start last Tuesday night here in Summerside. Left from post 5. Finished second, just beat a length and 3/4. Race timed in 1:56.2 with a closing quarter of 29 seconds flat, and that was just her 5th lifetime start. She's on the rail tonight. Salisbrook Fancy with Corey McPherson aboard. Your current choice at 1-9. And there's a look at the 7, Redland Rain, a Bay Filly 3 by Flameproof Hanover for Windermere Farms, Clyde Balderston, R&B Stables, and Don McNeil Jr. Earl Watts trains, and Adam Murner will do the driving. Another one impressive last Tuesday night in just her 12th lifetime start. Left from post 4, finished third, just beat 2 1/4 lengths, 1:56.2, 29.2. Closing quarter, I'm not crazy about her post position tonight, but I like her mile in her last effort, so I put her in there. That's the 7, Redland Rain with Adam Murner. Good odds, 10-1. And there's a look at the 3, another one from the Earl Watts stable. That's Starship Sundancer, a Bay Filly 3 by Somewhere Fancy for Claude Poirier. Earl Watts trains, and Paul Angel will do the driving. Very impressive on June the 11th at Charlottetown from post 2. Finished 4th, beat 5.5 lengths, and race timed in 1:56.4 with a closing quarter of 30.3. Paul Angel was in the bike. 2 wins last season from 11 tries, 1:58.4. Record taken at Northside Downs in Sydney, Nova Scotia. Post 3 for Starship Sundancer with Paul Angel, 7-2. And there's a look at that very close place photo from tonight's second race. You're seeing the 4, Hawkish Deo, just nipping Edge of the World on the line. That's a great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming third race. A field of 9 in here. 1-9 for the 1, Salisbrook Fancy with Corey McPherson. Singer's Choice and Jacob Sweet at 13-1. Starship Sundancer 3 and Paul Angel 5-2. 25-1 on the 4, JJ Leona with Brody McPhee. 66-1 on the 5, Terrorizer This with Landon Campbell. 49-1 on the 6, Stormy's Hush Money with Kenny Murphy aboard. The 7, that's Redland Rain with Adam Murner at 6-1. 8, Handle on You with Norris Rogers at 41-1. And the 9 in the back tier on your screen right now. All Bets on Lee with Jason Hughes. He's looking to go back-to-back tonight, and they are all 9s on the board. That's the field for the upcoming third race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's third race has a full field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Salzbrook Fancy, Singer's Choice, Starship Sundancer, J.J. Leona, Terrorizer This, Stormy's Hush Money, Redland Rain, Handle on You, in back the trailer, All Bets on Lee, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Salzbrook Fancy leaving out. Singer's Choice second. Crossing over third is J.J. Leona. Coming up fourth from the outside. Redland Rain. Terrorizer This in fifth. Then All Bets on Lee got away sixth. Seventh as they go by the eighth pole. That's Stormy's Hush Money. Handle on You is eighth. And off stride in the backfield. Starship Sundancer. On the backstretch for time 1 to the quarter. Salzbrook Fancy up front on the lead. In line to Corey McPherson. Away with the 2-hole ride. That's the long shot. Singer's Choice racing from third. J.J. Leona. Fourth on the cones at Redland Rain. 29 and to the corner. Up with the leaders. Fifth is Terrorizer This. All alone in sixth. All Bets on Lee. Racing 7. Stormy's Hush Money. Then Handle on You is 8 in the backfield. Starship Sundancer. They arrive at the half-mile next, and that's Salzbrook Fancy getting them halfway home. Singer's Choice, the 2-hole ride, continuing third, J.J. Leona. That's Redland Rain fourth, 59 and 3, the halfway home time. Racing from fifth is Terrorizer This to the outside. Moving up sixth, Stormy's Hush Money. All Bets on Lee now in seventh. Eighth, that's Handle on You. Trailing ninth is Starship Sundancer. The 3/4 is the next station. And Salzbrook Fancy getting them there. Singer's Choice giving chase at the rail second. Racing third on the outside is Terrorizer This. The 3/4 in 1:29 and 1. They're rounding the top turn for the final time. 1/8 of a mile out. And Salzbrook Fancy looking to close it out. Singer's Choice looking for the upset in second. J.J. Leona coming late third. On the wire next. Salzbrook Fancy and McPherson go all the way. J.J. Leona rallied in second. Singer's Choice will finish third, and the time for the mile in 1:58 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. Salzbrook Fancy used rail control to her advantage tonight. 29 and 2, the half in 59 and 3. 129 and 1 to 3/4. Here is the stretch drive, and we're seeing Salzbrook Fancy and Corey McPherson getting their second lifetime win, first of the season tonight. 158 and 1, new race win record. There's a great shot of Salzbrook Fancy and Corey McPherson by Matthew McLean with Universal Media. As we see Salzbrook Fancy get the job done. In for second is the 4, J.J. Leona. She was flying down the stretch. Singer's Choice in there for third. It's 1-4-2 unofficially. In tonight's third race, we'll see Salzbrook Fancy and Corey McPherson. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
There's Salisbrook Fancy on her way to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winners Circle after the third race. She's a bay-facing filly, 3 years, a daughter of Somewhere Fancy, from the betting Line Dam, Line in the Sand, owned by Jordan McKay of French River and John Mellenbacher of Oakville, Ontario, bred by the Salisbrook Stable, and Michael McKenzie of Nova Scotia. Trained by Chris McKay, Corey McPherson put her on top all the way to a new pacing record of 158 and 1. Salisbrook Fancy in the third.
This race replay is presented by All Star Cresting, Atlantic Canada's most trusted screen printing, embroidery, and on-site events company. Since 2014, owners Joel and Jeremy Watts and their knowledgeable staff have been providing clients with top quality products and merchandise along with excellent customer service. Stop by one of their locations, bring them to your next community event, or contact them online at allstarcresting.ca. And always remember, at All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results from the third race: Salisbrook Fancy, the race winner. Singer's Choice, third. Starship Sundancer was ninth. JJ Leona finished second. Terrorizer This was eighth. Stormy's Hush Money finished sixth. Redland Rain was fifth. Handle on You, seventh. All Bets on Lee was fourth. Fractions 29 and 2, 59 and 3, 129 and 1. And the mile 158 and 1. In review 139 286 574. Salisbrook Fancy paid $330. The exactor $33. The triactor at $114.50. Superfecta carryover.
Redshores Racing is proud to present the Player Portal. This page has everything you need as a player in one location. Race programs, top picks, additional chart lines, race replays, driver and trainer stats, winning post positions, and more. Visit the Player Portal at Redshores.ca/racing. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming fourth race. I'm going to go with a 5, 4, and 1 in here. Post time picks going 4, 5, 1. And the classifiers choices 5, 4, 3 in the fourth race in 6 minutes. Redshore Summerside Future Stars of Racing is Monday, June 22nd, beginning at 5:30 p.m. The entry deadline is tomorrow, Wednesday, June 17th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. For more information, contact the race office at 902-629-6634. Fans will be able to enjoy the action with a barbecue and prize draws. The Future Stars of Racing will also be carried live at Redshores.ca.
Fourth race on Post Parade, Brookdale Johnny 1 is owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Angel driving. 2 is Almost Amos, owned by Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of Larry. Darla does the training. Tonight, Corey McPherson. Freeman's Legacy 3, owned by Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton, trained and driven by Jacob Sweet. 4 PL Quicksand, owned by Butchie Ramsey of Summerside, Billy Companion of Muscush. Billy does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. 5 is TH Boomtown, owned by Dr. Don Ling and Wayne McDougall of Stratford, trained by Ronnie Matheson, Jason Hughes aboard. Only 3 minutes to post time. The Governor's Plate eliminations are Sunday, July 12th, followed by the $50,000 final on Saturday, July 18th, and proudly presented by title sponsor, Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's race, celebrating champions for over 50 years and making memories that last a lifetime.
Kenny Arsenault has won the Governor's Plate. Congratulations, serious damage gets him there.
Manilow head over on top. Manilow head over wins the Governor's Plate.
He loves Summerside. Outlaw positive charge going back to the plate.
Be a part of something special this summer on Prince Edward Island. It all happens in July from Summerside PEI. The Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 4th race, a field of 5, exactor, no show wagering in here, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win in place wagering available as well. This is a real good field of horses in here, and my top pick is the 5, TH Boomtown, comes up from Charlottetown from the Ronnie Matheson stable. For Dr. Don Ling and Wayne McDougall, they're with us here tonight, so shout out to you watching your horse race here. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by Captain Crunch, and as I mentioned, Ronnie Matheson trains. Jason Hughes gets the call to drive tonight, start at Charlottetown in the preferred one on June the 6th. Left from 6, finished 6, 154 and 3, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. Kenny Murphy was along for that drive. May the 30th at Charlottetown, preferred one on the rail, finished 3rd. Race time 153 and 4 with a snappy 27 and 4 last quarter. Mark Campbell was in the bike. He gets away from those Bearcats tonight like B2B, Blood Money and all them. He's in the backup class here tonight in Summerside, leaving from post 5. TH Boomtown with Jason Hughes aboard at 6 to 5. And there we get a peek at the 4, PL Quicksands, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight for Butchie Ramsey of Summerside and Billy Companion of Muscush. Billy Companion trains, and Kenny Murphy is back in the bike tonight. Started here last Tuesday night, left on the rail, wire-to-wire winner, 155-1, 29 seconds flat. Corey McPherson was in the bike. June the 2nd here, left on the rail, wire-to-wire winner by 13 lengths in 154-4 with a closing quarter of 29 seconds flat. Kenny Murphy was in the bike for that one. He might find it a little difficult getting to the front tonight. He's leaving in a real good spot, though, from post 4. He could get there. I know the rail horse likes to leave. Almost Amos can leave with the car, so it's going to be interesting going around that first turn. I think they will be flying. PL Quicksand, Kenny Murphy aboard at 7-5. And there's a look at the rail sitter, Brookdale Johnny. 6-year-old Big Yelling by Rockin' in Heaven for Doug and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer trains. It's Paul Angel in the bike. Started here last Tuesday night, left on the rail. Finished third, 156-1 with a snappy last quarter of 27-2 for Paul Angel. He had 12 wins last season. Took her season's best of 153 flat at Woodbine Mohawk Park and made over $61,000. Leaving on the rail tonight is Brookdale Johnny with Paul Angel, 3-1. And there we're seeing the 3 Freeman's Legacy. Pang Shui, 5-year-old, for Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton, Jacob Sweet training and driving. Last start was last Tuesday night here from post 6. Closed up to finish second, just beat length and 3/4. Race timed in 155-3, 29 seconds flat. Closing quarter was a winner here June the 2nd from post 5 by a length and a half in 156 flat with a closing quarter of 28 seconds flat. Freeman's Legacy from post 3 is at 5-2. And Almost Amos from post 2. He's a 5-year-old by all bets off for Darla and Zoe McCachran. Darla McCachran is the trainer and Corey McPherson is in the bike. Last week from post 2. Finished 4th, 156-2, 28 seconds flat on the end of it. Jason Hughes was in the bike. Almost Amos from post 2 at 6-1. Tonight's 4th race, a field of 5. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate fences. A real good-looking bunch in here. Up to you for the call.
Pretty fortunate, Rocky, to have them here on this Tuesday on the backup side of things. A real good group, as you mentioned. Brookdale Johnny, Almost Amos, Freeman's Legacy, PL Quicksand, TH Boomtown. Top of the stretch. Ready for start. There they go, off and facing, and Freeman's Legacy bucks the gate out. From the outside in second, that's PL Quicksand. Up the rail, third on the turn is Brookdale Johnny. Dropping in fourth is Almost Amos. And TH Boomtown will trail on the backstretch and going to the quarter. And here comes PL Quicksand. Up from the outside to take over the lead. In line to Kenny Murphy. Second up the rail is Freeman's Legacy. Racing in mid-pack third, that's Brookdale Johnny. Fourth is Almost Amos. And trailing the field, that's TH Boomtown in fifth. They arrived at the quarter in big time. Boom! Just like that, 27-3 opened it up. PL Quicksand on the lead coming off that paddock turn now for the first time. Racing from second, that's Freeman's Legacy. Third up the rail, Brookdale Johnny. Then in fourth, it's Almost Amos. TH Boomtown continuing to trail. They're halfway home in the fourth. And the leader at the midway point, PL Quicksand, and he is there in a rolling 56-3. Midway around the turn towards the 5/8, PL Quicksand the leader. Second is Freeman's Legacy. There goes Brookdale Johnny underway on the outside third. Almost Amos is fourth, and trailing the field, that is TH Boomtown. They arrive at 3/4 next. PL Quicksand at the rail, the leader. On the outside, Brookdale Johnny the challenger. Right there in the pocket, that's Freeman's Legacy. 3/4 in 1:25-4. Eighth of a mile out. In at the rail is PL Quicksand, the leader. Brookdale Johnny alongside. Freeman's Legacy into the passing lane. They're in deep. Stretch starts now. Freeman's Legacy gonna get the best of them. Freeman's Legacy on the line for Jacob Sweet. Second, that is PL Quicksand, and we'll need a show photo. Time for the mile, 154.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race. PL Quicksand used hard to get to the front tonight, 27-3 to the quarter. And Freeman's Legacy and Jacob Sweet were on the front. They let him go, set in the two-hole. Smart move by Jacob Sweet. I'll tell you what, didn't see this coming. This horse is getting better every time he races, folks. And he gets the job done. Great shot right there by Universal Media. As Freeman's Legacy, 125 and 4 3/4, gets the job done tonight in a new race win record, 154 and 2. PL Quicksand did all the work on the front end. Is in there for second, up for third. That's the one. Brookdale Johnny. We got 3, 4, 1. Unofficially in tonight's fourth race, we'll see Freeman's Legacy and Jacob Sweet in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a very special horse for young Mackenzie Arsenault out of Alberton, and he brought his A game from the west down here to Summerside on this Tuesday night. That's Freeman's Legacy in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 5 by Feng Shui off the Stonebridge Terror Dam, Camco Terra. Owned by Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton, bred by Blair Campbell of Darlington, trained and driven to victory by Jacob Sweet. The horse gets his 15th lifetime victory tonight, a new pacing record. Excellent trip, 154 and 2. Freeman's Legacy in the fourth.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2026 Standing Stallions, Champion Sire Malicious, and the Rising Star Stallion Somewhere Fancy. Somewhere Fancy has made a powerful impact with his first crop on the track. As the sire of the Atlantic Champion 2-year-old filly Windermere Sky, he has already proven himself as a standout. This exceptional filly captured multiple track records, earned over $100,000 in stake earnings, and is a 2-year-old Philly O'Brien Award nominee, an incredible accomplishment for an up-and-coming sire in the Maritimes. From proven champions to the next generation of stars, Windermere Farms continues to set the standard. Breed to excellence in 2026 with Windermere Farms.
Here's the official results in the fourth race. Brookdale Johnny third, Almost Amos fifth. Freeman's Legacy the winner. PL Quicksand was second. TH Boomtown finished fourth, 27 and 3, 56 and 3, 125 and 4, and the Mild in 154 and 2. In review, 35124. Freeman's Legacy 790 to win. The Exactor 2940, the Triactor 5240, and the Superfactor 2268.
Don't forget to get your 50-50 draw tickets. Isabella is around selling the 50-50s. Co-sponsor is Stephen F. Arsenault Insurances. Summerside, shout out to Stephen F. Arsenault Insurances, a co-sponsor of the 50-50. Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2026 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 in the last race of the program. With the low 15% takeout, customers can play the Super High Five at Red Shore Summerside and Red Shores in Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 5th race, Super High Five time. Vance and I will be along with our picks in the Super High Five and the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I like 194, post time picks going 941. Classifiers choices 1, 7, and 4 in the 5th race in 8 minutes. And there's a look at that show photo from tonight's 4th race. You're seeing Brookdale Johnny on the rail, just nipping the 5, TH Boomtown. Another good photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. And in this upcoming 5th race, equipment changes on the 2. Bedham Special K removes the Tony Morgan, adds spreaders, adds a line pole and a Murphy blind on the outside. Number 4, Louis the Lip, adds blinkers. The 7, Tobin's April Fool, removes the Tony Morgan, adds go straights, a Murphy blind on the inside, and a straight Italian sidelining bit.
Race 5 on parade. Number 1, Brookdale Layton, Noma Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell drives. Bedham Special K, number 2, on with Jeff Lilly, Danny Purcell, Blair McLaughlin, and Douglas Lauthers. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. 3, Do or Die, owned by Bill McKay of South Granville, trained by Willie McKay, Corey McPherson. 4, Louis the Lip, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown, Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee drives. 5, The Sun and Moon, Joey Pino of Rustico, owns, trains, and drives. Wicked Luck, number 6, owned by Tyler and Daryl DeRoche, Barry Strongman, and Roman DeRoche. Tyler DeRoche is the trainer. Tonight, Jason Hughes. Tobin's April Fool, number 7, Brady Sweet at the lines for owner-trainer Jeff Wallace, Elmsdale. 8 is Elm Grove Untamed, owned by Marc-Andre Cyr for Team of Quebec, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Kenny Murphy. Regret Nothing wears number 9, owned by Windermere Farms, Clive Balderson, R&B Stables, and Matt Burke. Earl Watts does the conditioning. Adam Murders in the driver's seat at 4 minutes to post time. And Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High Five on this Tuesday night. And once again, we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vans Cam. I'm onto the rail. Brookdale Layton. He's been knocking at the door the last 2 starts. Tonight, I think the door opens up and he'll walk right through it off of the rail for Langell and Sizer. I like the 4 Louis the Lip. He's adding blinkers to the gear tonight. I'm going to use the 9 Regret Nothing in the Triactor for 4th. I went to 3 Do or Die, looking for a bit of a price, but right now not out there at 5-1. I'll close it out with the 7 Tobin's April Fool. It's 14937 from the booth. Rocky, your choices.
I went with the rail horse as well, Brookdale Layton. I think he gets through that door, as you mentioned tonight, Vance. I think he will get the job done in here. I went to the 9, the back tier, Regret Nothing with Adam Murner. For second, the third, I went to the 4, Louis the Lip with Brody McPhee. Then I went to the 7, Tobin's April Fool, made some gear changes as well. And then the 5, to close it out, the Sun and Moon with Joey Pino. So I'm going 19475. Vance is going 14937. Good luck and get in on the Super High Five. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 5th race. Exactor, 20-cent Super High 5, Triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Full field of 9 in here. Brookdale, Layton, and Paul Angel at 8-5. Bedham Special K with Jacob Sweet. He's looking for back-to-back wins tonight at 26-1. Do or Die is 3 with Corey McPherson at 7-2. The 4, Louis the Lip with Brody McPhee at 9-1. 5 is the Sun and Moon with Joey Pino at 18-1. 6, Wicked Luck with Jason Hughes at 7-1. Tobin's April Fool is 7 with Brady Sweet at 8-1. The 8, Elm Grove Untamed with Kenny Murphy aboard at 31-1. In the back tier 9, Regret Nothing with Adam Murner at 4-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 5th race. Super High 5 time. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's fifth race, super high five time, a full field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Brookdale Layton, Bedham Special K, Do or Die. Louis the Lip, The Sun and Moon, Wicked Luck. Tobin's April Fool, Elm Grove Untamed on the outside. The trailer, Regret Nothing, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Tobin's April Fool from the outside, leaving out. Brookdale Layton along the rail around the turn, following through third. Regret Nothing, about to drop in fourth. Bedham Special K, Louis the Lip up fifth. Away six, Do or Die. The Sun and Moon is seventh. That's Wicked Luck in eighth, and Elm Grove Untamed will trail the field. Along the backstretch, Brookdale Layton, the heavy favorites on the engine for Paul Angel. And here comes Murder now early. Regret Nothing up and after the leader. Third up the rail, that is Tobin's April Fool. Bedham Special K is fourth. 29 seconds flat opened it up, and Regret Nothing with Murder went right to the lead. Brookdale Layton goes second. Tobin's April Fool third. All alone in fourth, that is Bedham Special K. Racing from fifth, that's Louis the Lip. Do or Dies in sixth. That's the Sun and Moon seventh. Wicked Luck is eighth, and Elm Grove Untamed is trailing ninth at the midway point. Backfield going in motion now. On the front end, Regret Nothing up the half in 58 and 2. Second is Brookdale Layton. Tobin's April Fool racing third. Moving fourth on the outside as they race the backstretch. A lot of confusion in here as they race to three quarters now, and Brookdale Layton has taken over. Tobin's April Fool is second. Up third, that's Louis the Lip. The Sun and Moon way wide fourth. There's the inquiry sign. Retain your tickets in here in the fifth. Judges' inquiry underway. 3 quarters and 1, 28 and 2. Tobin's April Fool a long shot on the outside. Brookdale Layton the favorite at the rail, coming back on to reclaim the lead. Down the stretch they come. Brookdale Layton, Tobin's April Fool. Brookdale Layton on the line for Paul Angel. Tobin's April Fool was second. Elm Grove Untamed, he rallied up to be third, and the time for the mile, they went 1:56 and 4. Judges' inquiry underway here in race number 5. Retain your tickets. Judges' inquiry.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fifth race. Under an inquiry in here. Judges' inquiry, hold all tickets. There we see Brookdale Layton. He was on the front 29, and then Regret Nothing came calling on top of the half in 58 and 2. Going to three quarters, some confusion as Vance mentioned. 128 and 2 to three quarters. Brookdale Layton regained top spot there. And here's the stretch drive. Another great shot by Universal Media as we see Brookdale Layton get a new record tonight. 156 and 4, third lifetime win, second of the season. Paul Angel in the bike for the victory, in for second. That's the 7 Tobin's April Fool. Elm Grove Untamed rallied in there for third. It's 178, unofficially. In tonight's fifth race, we'll see Brookdale Layton and Paul Angel in that Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle. Hold all tickets under an inquiry.
The judges' inquiry underway in race number 5. It involves the conduct of the fifth race at the 5/8. Brookdale Layton on his way to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle from the 5th race. Layton's a bay pacing gelding for the son of He's Watching. Off the Shadow Play Dam, Brookdale Shadow, a homebred of Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell will guide him to victory and a new pacing record of 156-4. Brookdale Layton in the Super High Five.
And here's a look at the judges' inquiry underway in tonight's 5th race. Going to the 5/8, a little bit of confusion, I guess, with some of the horses. That's the judges' inquiry underway in tonight's 5th race. Hold all tickets.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now, the results of the judges' inquiry in the 5th race, racing officials deemed at number 3, Do or Die, went inside multiple pylons on his own. He finished 6th and will be placed 9th. Here's the official results now in race 5. Brookdale Layton the winner. Bedham Special K finished 7th, was placed 6th. Do or Die finished 6th, was placed 9 inside several pylons. Louis the Lip finished 8th, was placed 7th. The Sun and Moon 5th. Wicked Luck finished 4th. Tobin's April Fool was 2nd. Elm Grove Untamed finished 3rd. Regret Nothing finished 9th and was placed 8th. Fractions of 29, 58 and 2, 128 and 2, and the mile 156 and 4. In review, after the placings, 169, 754, 238. Brookdale Layton paid 230. The exactor was 1290. The triactor 200, 220. There's a super high 5 carryover.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside, the Atlantic Regional Driving Championship. There's a look at making his mark. Mark Campbell will be one of 8 drivers competing in the 2026 Atlantic Regional Driving Championship. In 2025, Mark Campbell had 958 starts with 228 wins, 190 second place finishes, 146 third place finishes, $1.1 million in earnings, and a 398 driving average. That was a great season. The 2026 Atlantic Regional Driving Championship takes place next Tuesday night, June 23rd, here at Red Shores in Summerside.
Love Purdy on the 6th race parade. Old Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Kyle Marchbank, Kyle DeRoss driving. Dolly Sky, number 2, owned by Vance McMillan of West Cape, trained by Mario Macri, Devin Wallace. 3, Woodmere Chella, Dana Sweet trains and drive for Valley Grove Farms of Calvin Grove. Pop the Pin 4, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 5 is Woodmere Heather M, owned by Alana Peterson from Orangedale, Nova Scotia, trained by Luke Burke, driven by Adam Murder. 6, Elm Grove Treasure is scratch. Number 7 is Red Dirt Nellabella, owned by Robin Lodgeness of Summerside and Ron Kennedy of Granville, trained by Chris Davies, Brett Clow. 4 minutes to post time. Red Shores is proud to present the HPI PEI players an exciting offer for 2026. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI bet points.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 6th race. Equipment change on the 5. Race number 6, equipment change on the 5. Woodmere Heather M adds a tail tie in here. There's a look at the 5, Woodmere Heather M. She's a brown mare, 6 by Malicious for Alana Peterson of Orangedale, Nova Scotia. Luke Burke trains. It's Adam Murner in the bike. Started here last Tuesday night, left from post 5, finished 6, 159 and 2, closing quarter in 30 and 3. She had 2 wins from 24 tries last season, 201 and 3, season's best at Inverness. Woodmere Heather M from post 5 with Adam Murner at 6 to 5. And just to note that the 6 in this race, Elm Grove Treasure, in case you're just tuning in now, has been scratched. There's a look at the 4, Pop the Pin, the 4-year-old bay mare by Courtly Choice for David McDonald of Belfast. Ashley Gamester is the trainer. Jason Hughes will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown June the 11th. Made a break, left from post 5, finished 5th. Placed back post to 9, 159 and 4, 30 and 2, closing quarter. 5 wins last season. Took a record of 156 and 4 at Charlottetown. Over $24,000 in the bank. Pop the Pin with Jason Hughes from post 4. Your current choice at 1 to 2. And there is a look at the 3, Woodmere Chella, 11-year-old bay mare by Articulator for Valley Grove Farms of Kelvin Grove. Dana Sweet is the trainer and the driver. Last Tuesday night here, left from 6, finished 3rd, 2 minutes and 1/5 with a closing quarter of 31 and 2. That was her 3rd start of the season. Hasn't raced in a couple of years, this mare, but if she can get back to her form or even close to it, you could see her get it all in here. Post 3, Woodmere Chella with Dana Sweet aboard. Good odds, 11 to 1. And we'll have a look at that odds board for the upcoming 6th race. Scratch down to a field of 6. On the rail, Love Party and Kyle DeRoche at 6 to 1. Dolly Sky is 2 with Devin Wallace at 11 to 1. The 3, Woodmere Chella with Dana Sweet, also 11 to 1, now 9 to 1. Pop the Pin 4 with Jason Hughes at 4 to 5. The 5, Woodmere Heather M with Adam Murner at even money. 6 has been scratched. And 7, Red Dirt Nellabella with Brett Clow aboard at 41 to 1. That is the field for tonight. 6th race. Good luck with your selections. Last call 50-50. Isabella's up here right now in the oval. Last call 50-50. Tonight's sixth race, scratched down to a field of 6. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Love Party, Dolly Sky, Woodmere Cella. Pop the Pin, Woodmere Heather M, and Red Dirt and Bella. It's the sixth. Now at the top of the stretch. Ready for a start. The rough and pacing Dolly Sky, the first one out. Second to the turn, that's Love Party. Between horses, Woodmere Chetla, and 3 wide in fourth, Woodmere Heather M. Getting away fifth, Pop the Pin. Then the trailer, Red Dirt and Bella by the 8th pole, and they're headed to the opening quarter. Dolly Sky out in front. Long shot leader for Devin Wallace. Popping the 2-hole. Love Party comes up now to challenge. Third at the rail is Woodmere Chetla. Woodmere Heather M took a seat in fourth. Fifth is Pop the Pin, trailing the field. That is Red Dirt and Bella. The quarter mile was 29 and 4. Love Party made the lead in line to Kyle DeRoche. Dolly Sky now goes second. Woodmere Cella third. Fourth is Woodmere Heather M. Pop the Pin in fifth. Red Dirt and Bella. She trails in sixth. They arrive at the half mile next, led by Love Party. Here comes Woodmere Cella rushing up on the outside to challenge. Third up the rail, Dolly Sky. Woodmere Heather M continuing fourth. Fifth is Pop the Pin. Red Dirt and Bella sixth. 59 and 4 was the half mile. Woodmere Cella on the outside's got her head in front. Second up the rail, Love Party racing from third. Dolly Sky. Woodmere Heather M. She's tipping out fourth. Pop the Pin is fifth and losing contact sixth. Red Dirt and Bella. They're at the 3/4. Woodmere Cella on the outside, the leader. Love Party has the cones. Woodmere Heather M is coming 3 high late from third. 3/4 in 1:29 and 1 with an 8 left to go. Woodmere Cella turning for home, the leader. Love Party is second. Dolly Sky. Woodmere Heather M. Down the stretch they come. On the outside, Woodmere Cella gets the deep stretch lead and wins for Dana Sweet. Love Party held second. Pop the Pin rallied up to be third. And the time for the mile, 1:59.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's sixth race. And we saw Dolly Sky on the front, 29 and 4. Popped out of the 2-hole. Love Party, 59 and 4. She was on the front, 129 and 1 3/4. They battled Woodmere Cella and Love Party. Here is the stretch drive and a nice shot by Matthew McLean from Universal Media as we see Woodmere Cella. Love Party can back on there a little bit, but Woodmere Cella wins this one in 1:59 and 4. With Love Party in there for second. Pop the Pin is third. It's 3-1-4 unofficially. In the sixth, we're going to see Woodmere Cella and Dana Sweet. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Woodmere Chella on her way to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle from tonight's sixth race. Chella's a big pacing mare 11 by Articulator from the Western Ideal Dam. Oh, prettily. Owned by Valley Grove Farms of Calvin Grove. Bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield. Dana Sweet Training and Driving. The miles in 1:59 and 4. That's Woodmere Chella in the sixth. Here's the official results now from the sixth race. Love Party finished second. Dolly Sky was fifth. Woodmere Cello, the race winner. Pop the Pin finished third. Woodmere Heather M was fourth. Elm Grove Treasure scratched. Red Dirt Nella Bella was sixth. They went 29 and 4, 59 and 4, 129 and 1, and the mile in 159 and 4. From the top, your program reads 25134, scratch 6. Woodmere Chella paid $13.70. The exactor 56.10, the triactor 90.30, and the superfecta was $15.76.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. 6 races in the books. Let's talk about the Confederation Bridge Advisory. And I was one of those people stuck on the bridge for probably an hour on Friday heading to Truro. We want to pass along a friendly reminder for horse people and racing fans to please be advised the Confederation Bridge resurfacing project will take place from now until June 30th. The traveling public is asked to plan ahead and allow for additional travel time of 30 to 60 minutes in normal conditions to account for construction-related delays. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 7th race, a field of 7. I'm going to go with a 3-7-6. Post-time picks like 3-7-1. Classifier's choice is 3-1-7 in tonight's 7th race in 6 minutes.
First glance on the seventh race post parade owned by Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Chris Davies, Paul Angel driving. Two maintenance man owned by Brittany Watts of Springvale out of Murder Trains and Drives. 3 is Hamac Exclusive owned by Leith and Leslie Waite and Jimmy Gorman, trained by Leslie Waite, Corey McPherson. Acrobat Handler number 4, owned by Robin Longinus of Summerside, trained by Chris Davies, Brett Clough drives. Majestic Mason 5, owned by Ricky Armstrong and Mark Land of Summerside. Ricky's the trainer, Brady Sweet. J.J. Patrick 6, owned by Mark Land and Ricky Armstrong of Summerside. Ricky's the trainer, Jason Hughes. Braxton's Boys 7, owned by Ricky Armstrong and Mark Land of Summerside. Ricky does the training, Kenny Murphy. 3 minutes to 7th race post time. Only 3. The Fox Group is the title sponsor of the Sapphire, a new signature event for open mare scheduled for Monday, August 17th. For more details, visit the Red Shores Racing page and click on Horseperson's Info tab.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 7th race. Field of 7, exactor 20 cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 3, Hamac Exclusive, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Source of Pride. For Leith Waite, Les Waite, and Jimmy Gorman. Les Waite is the trainer, Corey McPherson in the bike. Started here June the 2nd, left on the rail, made a break. We'll throw that start out. The start before that, May 23rd at Charlottetown. Left from 3, finished 7th, but paced a mile in 1:55.1 with a scorching last quarter of 27.1. Hamac Exclusive from post 3 with Corey McPherson at 6-5. And there's a peek at the 7, Braxton's Boy. He's a 6-year-old bay gelding by Who's Your Boy for Rick Armstrong and Mark Gallant. Ricky Armstrong is the trainer. Kenny Murphy will do the driving. First start of 2026 had a nice qualifier June the 9th right here from post 5. A winner by 3 in 2 minutes 4/5 with a snappy last quarter of 27-4 last season. 3 wins from 25 tries and a record of 154-1 at Charlottetown. Braxton's Boy from post 7 with Kenny Murphy aboard at 5-1. And there's another one from the Rick Armstrong stable. That is the 6, J.J. Patrick, a 9-year-old bay gelding by Image of Dawn for Mark Gallant and Ricky Armstrong. Rick Armstrong trains. Jason Hughes is in the bike looking for his 2nd win on the night. Last week here in Summerside, June the 9th, left from post 3. Sat 2, finished 2, just got beat by 3/4 of a length, 157-2, with a closing quarter of 29-3. Had 2 wins last season from 33 tries, and the season's best, 158-1 at Charlottetown. Almost hit the $10,000 mark as well. J.J. Patrick leaves 6 tonight. Jason Hughes aboard. Good odds, 18-1. Let's get a peek at the odds board for tonight's 7th race. A field of 7 on the rail. First glance, and Paul Angel at 2-1. The 2, Maintenance Man with Adam Erner at 5-2. How Mac Exclusive 3 and Corey McPherson at 6-5. The 4, Acrobat Hanover with Brett Clough at 30-1. Majestic Mason 5 with Brady Sweet at 6-1. JJ Patrick 6 with Jason Hughes at 14-1. And the 7, Braxton's Boy with Kenny Murphy at 8-1. And just noticed Ricky Armstrong's got 3 horses from his stable in this race. He and Mark Galland own all 3 of them together. That's quite a rarity in harness racing as we see those 3 horses in this race. Good luck with your selections here in the upcoming 7th race. Tonight's 7th race as a field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
First glance, Maintenance Man, Halmack Exclusive, Acrobat Hanover, Majestic Mason, JJ Patrick, Braxton's Boy. It's the 7th at the top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. The rough and pacing, Halmack Exclusive and Maintenance Man leaving out. Braxton's Boy coming from the far outside. He's third around the turn. First glance away 4th, then in 5th. On the outside as they arrive at the 8th pole, Majestic Mason. Acrobat Hanover is 6th and JJ Patrick 7th. On the backstretch in straight alignment in the early going, Halmack Exclusive. Out in front for Corey McPherson. Maintenance Man, the 2-hole ride. Braxton's Boy left hard, he got rewarded. Away 3rd, racing in mid-pack 4th, his first glance. Majestic Mason 5th, then it's Acrobat Hanover, and JJ Patrick 28 and 2 was the quarter mile. Off the paddock turn, they come towards the half. They're led by Halmack Exclusive. First glance is up and on the move on the outside. Maintenance Man races second, that's first glance. First up 3rd, Braxton's Boy. In at the rail 4th. On 5th, that's Majestic Mason. He's followed by Acrobat Hanover and JJ Patrick 57 and 3 as they roll along here, led by Halmack Exclusive. Second, Maintenance Man. First glance on the outside is stalled from 3rd. 4th at the rail, Braxton Boy. Majestic Mason tipping 3 high 5th. Acrobat Hanover is 6th. JJ Patrick 7th. On by the 3/4 they go, and Halmack Exclusive still there. A textbook 2-hole ride belongs to Maintenance Man. 3/4 tripped in 1:27 and 1. They're down to an 8th left to go. Halmack Exclusive homeward bound. Maintenance Man is 2nd. Braxton's Boy on the outside 3rd. Majestic Mason 4th. To the wire they come. Halmack Exclusive all the way to double up Corey McPherson. Braxton's Boy rallied in 2nd. Maintenance Man will finish 3rd. And the time for the mile, wow, 1:55.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race. Halmack Exclusive went to the front, 28 and 2. A half up, 57 and 3. Down to 3/4 in 1:27 and 1. Here's the stretch drive. Corey McPherson is going to double up in the bike tonight as Halmack Exclusive wins for the 13th time in his career. Second time this season tonight. Good effort, 1:55 and 4. Braxton's Boy in there for 2nd with Maintenance Man 3rd. It's a 3-7 ice cold exactor for me in that one. We're going to see a 3-7-2 triactor in the 7th race, and we'll see Halmack Exclusive and Corey McPherson in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
Howmack Exclusive on his way to the 7th race winner's circle, pacing gelding 5 by Source of Pride. From the Articulator Dam, Howmack Impeccable. Owned by Leith Wade, Leslie Wade, and Jimmy Gorman, bred by Howmack Farms Limited of Brookfield. Trained by Leslie Wade, Corey McPherson will drive him to victory. Corey's second winner on the night for the double. Time for the mile, 1:55 and 4. Howmack Exclusive for the McPherson double in the 7th. Now the official results from the 7th race. First Glance was 7th. Maintenance Man 3rd. Howmack Exclusive the race winner. Acrobat Hanover 6th. Majestic Mason 4th. J.J. Patrick was 5th. Braxton's Boy finished 2nd. 28 and 2. 57 and 3. 127 and 1. And the mild in 155 and 4. In review, 731 6452. Howmack Exclusive paid $450. The exactor was 6110. The triactor 6360, and the superfecta was 6609.
The 2026 Home Hardware Maritime Breeder Stake will take place at Redshores, Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October the 15th, followed by the 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies on Saturday, October the 17th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 8th race, a field of 7. I like 3, 1, and 7. Post time picks going 1, 3, 7. And the classifier's choice is 3, 1, 2 in the upcoming 8th race in 7 minutes.
Molly Malone on the 8th race post breed, owned by Fred and Carly Painter. Debbie and Neil Ramsey, trained by Fred Painter, driven by Kenny Murphy. Section Line Flame, number 2, owned by Renison Racing. Nicholas Fleming, Basil Sherry, and Ian McDonald, trained by George Renison, Corey McPherson. Apple Pie Moonshine 3, owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke of Donaldson. Luke does the training. Paul Langell drives. Timberley Lady 4 is owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton for trainer-driver Jacob Sweet. Animosity 5, owned by Chris McGinnis of Hampshire, trained by Greg McGinnis, Ryan DeRashop. Harlequin Romance number 6, owned by Gus Shaw of Kensington. Nakia Bridges Barlow of Summerside, trained by James Barlow, Jason Hughes. Number 7, Maya Adam Murner, trains and drives for owner Brittany Watts of Springvale. Down to 3 minutes to post time. Stand by for a message from Atlantic Lottery and the Community Game Changers program.
$25,000 in each Atlantic province. Nominate a community game changer today. Atlantic Lottery will select one per province, and they'll get to direct a $25,000 donation to a not-for-profit of their choice. To celebrate Atlantic Lottery's 50th anniversary, we're recognizing Atlantic Canadians making a game-changing impact in our local communities. This could be a community volunteer, leader of a community-driven organization, or a change maker of any kind. It could even be you. Each winner will choose the cause they'll support and will receive 2 VIP passes to an Atlantic Lottery-sponsored event in 2027. So, who are you going to nominate to direct $25,000 to the charity of their choice?
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 8th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Landing on the 3 in here, Apple Pie Moonshine. Free-legged, 4-year-old bay mare by Bet to the Moon for Colin Murphy of Albany, Luke Burke of Donaldson. Luke Burke is the trainer, and Paul Langel's in the bike, looking for win number 2 tonight. The last start was here last Tuesday night, left on the rail, finished 5th. Race time 156-4 with a closing quarter of 29-1. 4 wins last season, took a record of 158-2 at Charlottetown and over $23,000 in the bank last season. Post 3 tonight for Apple Pie Moonshine. She's free-legged. Paul Langell will drive 2-1. There's a look at the rail sitter, Molly Malone, 4-year-old bay mare by In the Arsenal. For Fred and Carly Painter, Debbie and Neil Ramsey, Fred Painter is the trainer. It's Kenny Murphy to drive. Last start was here last Tuesday night from post 2. Cut it all out. Just got beat at the wire. 2 by a nose, 158-2, 30-2 closing quarter. Great season last season, 4 wins from 21 tries, 156-4. Record taken at Charlottetown, over $23,500 in the bank. She's on the rail tonight. Molly Malone with Mr. Murphy aboard at 6-5. And there's a look at the 7, Mia. 4-year-old bay mare by Stonebridge Terror for Brittany Watts of Springvale. Adam Murner is the trainer and the driver. Started here last Tuesday night, left from post 4. A winner by 4 1/4 lengths in 157-4. Closed it out in 29-2. Adam Murner was in the bike. 4 wins last season, over $16,000 in the bank, and a record of 156-3 taken at Charlottetown. Post 7 for Mia with Adam Murner, 5-1. Want to give a shout out tonight as we see Section Line Flame on the monitors there. Going to give a shout out to Ian McDonald and Nick Fleming. They're watching from home in Nova Scotia. Clarissa Mayer over here talking to me at the desk. So we give a shout out to them. Ian McDonald and Nick Fleming watching with Section Line Flame, their horse, in the upcoming 8th race. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 8th race with a field of 7. Molly Malone and Kenny Murphy on the rail at 7-5. Section Line Flame 2 with Corey McPherson at 3-1. Apple Pie Moonshine 3 with Paul Langell at 2-1. Timberly Lady is 4 with Jacob Swede at 24 to 1. The 5 is Animosity with Ryan Darash at 12 to 1. Harlequin Romance 6 and Jason Hughes at 11 to 1. And Mia from Post 7 with Adam Erner aboard at 5 to 1. That's a look at the field for the upcoming 8th race. Good luck with your plays. Tonight's 8th race has a field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Molly Malone, Section Line Flame, Apple Pie Moonshine, Timberly Lady, Animosity, Harlequin Romance, Maya's on the outside. It's the 8th. Top of the stretch. Ready for a start. And there they go, off and pacing. Timberly Lady and Molly Malone leave out. Third one to make the turn, that is Section Line Flame to get away fourth. Apple Pie Moonshine around the turn in fifth. That's Animosity with Harlequin Romance and the trailer. Maya up the backstretch to go to the quarter, and Molly Malone guarding the cones for Kenny Murphy. Timberly Lady may be in a whole heap of trouble here. Closing up at the rail, third is Section Line Flame, right tight fourth. That's Apple Pie Moonshine. In fifth is Animosity. 28 seconds flat. What's the quarter? A fired up Molly Malone for Kenny Murphy on the engine. Racing second, that on the inside is Section Line Flame. Timberly Lady will not see the pylons tonight. Racing third on the outside, Apple Pie Moonshine at the rail fourth. On the outside, Animosity fifth. Harlequin Romance, she's in sixth. Trailing seventh is Maya. Halfway home with Molly Malone there in 58 and 1. Now second at the rail, Section Line Flame. On the outside, third is Timberly Lady. Up the rail, Apple Pie Moonshine fourth. Animosity is out there, racing from fifth. Harlequin Romance in sixth. Maya from the outside is seventh. The three quarters up next. Molly Malone will get him there. Section Line Flame there second. Up the inside third, Apple Pie Moonshine. Harlequin Romance coming through at the rail fourth. Three quarters in 1, 28 and 2, down to an eighth of a mile to go. Molly Malone along the rail. Section Line Flame right alongside. Apple Pie Moonshine in the passing lane. Deep stretch now. Molly Malone. Section Line Flame on the outside in the last stride here to triple up Corey McPherson. Molly Malone is second. Time for this mile, 1:57 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. And we saw Molly Malone go to the front tonight. Quarter and 28, the half in 58 and 1. 128 and 2 to 3/4. Well rated mile here by Kenny Murphy, but just didn't have enough left here as Section Line Flame. I gave the shout out to Ian McDonald and Nicholas Fleming, and they're watching in Nova Scotia. Well, they're watching their horse Section Line Flame get up to win tonight in 157 and 1. Great mile, great drive by Corey McPherson. He gets his third on the night. Molly Malone in there for second. Up for third, that is the 6 Harlequin Romance, 216 unofficially. In the 8th race, we're going to see Section Line Flame and Corey McPherson in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
There's Section Line Flame on her way to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winners Circle from the 8th race. She's a bay-pacing mare, 4 years by Catch the Fire. From the Major and Art Dam, Section Line Aqua, owned by Renison Racing. Nicholas Fleming, Basil Sherry, Ian MacDonald of Nova Scotia. Bred by Harold Bowder from Delaware, Ohio. Trained by George Renison. Corey McPherson's third winner tonight for the triple. Time for the mile in 157 and 1. Section Line Flame triples up Corey McPherson in the 8th. Now the official results from the 8th race. Molly Malone was second. Section Line Flame, the race winner. Apple Pie Moonshine, 5th. Timberly Lady finished 7th. Animosity was 6th. Harlequin Romance finished 3rd. Maya was 4th. Fractions of 28. 58 and 1. 128 and 2. And the mile in 157 and 1. From the top, your program reached 215-7634. Section Line Flame paid $560. The exactor $1150. Triactor $71.10. Superfecta $22.19.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here on a Tuesday night at Red Shores in Summerside. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron's in the booth calling all the action. 8 races in the books tonight. And we're going to talk about the Atlantic Regional Driving Championship. Another driver, that's Captain Keith. Keith Legg will be one of 8 drivers competing in that 2026 Atlantic Regional Driving Championship. In 2025, Keith had 140 starts with 26 wins, 26 second-place finishes, and 24 thirds. Over $46,000 in earnings and a 3.46 driving average. The 2026 Atlantic Regional Driving Championship takes place next Tuesday night right here at Red Shores in Summerside. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 9th race. With a field of 6, I'm going to go 5-3-4. Post time picks likes 5-3-1, and the classifiers choice is 5-3-4 in tonight's 9th race in 6 minutes. Time to get your 50-50 draw tickets ready for $952. The winning number is 222032 for $952. 222032. Good luck.
On the 9th race post parade, number 1, James Raines, owned by Donald Sweet of O'Leary. Dana Sweet is the trainer driver. 2, Better Zone, owned and trained by Claire Sweet of O'Leary. Brady Sweet driving. Mark It Up 3, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. 4, Mr. William, owned by Suzanne McKeegan and Mike James, trained by Kyle Marchbank, driven by Kyle DeRage. Number 5, Meta Man, owned by Linda and David O'Brien of Charlottetown. David trains and drives. I'll Walk the Line wears number 6, owned by the Next Generation Stable of Stratford, trained by Tommy Weatherby, driven by Brody McPhee. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 9. 3 minutes to post time. Thank you to Berkey by the Bay Stables, title sponsor of the 2026 Island Ocean Trot Series.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 9th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 5, Metaman, 5-year-old bay horse by Lazarus. For Linda and David O'Brien of Charlottetown. David O'Brien is the trainer and the driver as well. Started at Charlottetown June the 6th, left from post 7, finished 5, 157-4, 29-1. Closing quarter, 4 wins last season from 30 tries, over $68,000 in the bank, and a season's best at Yonkers Raceway of 155-2. He's looking like he's grabbing on for David there, and sharp tonight. That's the 5, Metaman, with David O'Brien aboard at 4-5. There's a look at the 3, Mark It Up. 4-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach for Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jacob Sweet is the trainer and the driver. Last start was last Tuesday night here. Left from post 5, finished second. 158-3, 30-2 closing quarter. Had 4 wins last season and a record of 158-3 at Truro Raceway with over $20,000 in the bank. Great spot to work it from tonight. Mark it up with Jacob Sweet at 2-1. And there's a look at the rail sitter, James Rains, a 6-year-old bay horse by Lazarus for Donnie Sweet of O'Leary. Dana Sweet, his son, is the trainer and the driver. Dana Sweet's looking for his second win tonight. Last start was last Tuesday night here from post 2, finished 5th, race timed 159 flat, closed it out in 29-4. Took a nice record last season here in Summerside, 156-3. James Rains leaving on the rail tonight with Dana Sweet, 12-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 9th race. James Rains and Dana Sweet at 11-1. Better Zone and Brady Sweet on your screen right now at 33-1. Mark it up from post 3 with Jacob Sweet at 5-2. 4 Mr. William with Carl Darash at 7-2. The 5 Meta Man with David O'Brien on your screen at 1-2. And 6 on the outside is I'll Walk the Line with Brody McPhee at 24-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 9th race. Good luck with your selections. Want to give a shout out to the piano players here from Outer Bank, North Carolina. They're here watching the races tonight. They want to get a picture with me, Vance. And the 9th race has a field of 6. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back up to you for the call.
Lining up here in the 9th race with James Rains, Better Zone, Mark it up. Mr. William, Meta Man, I'll Walk the Line. There's a half a dozen noses moving up to the starting gate here in the 9th race. Top of the stretch. Here they come. All got a visitor all the way from the little Saratoga down along Dresden Way. She's Connie. Stan, she's up here and she's in good hands. And There they go. Off and pacing. Mark it up. The first one out. Metaman on the outside second. James Range into the turn third. Mr. William goes fourth. I'll walk the line. He'll get away fifth, followed by the trailer. That is Better Zone. They swing by the opening eight, straighten up the backstretch. They're headed to the opening quarter. Here comes Metaman on the outside. In line to David O'Brien. They're going to take over top spot. Second at the rail. That'll be Mark it up. Now third is James Range. Racing from fourth. I'll walk the line. Mr. William, he's in fifth. And the trailer Better Zone. Opening quarter, it's sharp. 28 and a 1. Rounding the paddock turn for time 1 they go. And on the point, Metaman is the fraction center. Mark it up right on his back in the 2-hole. Racing from third. That's James Range. I'll walk the line in fourth. Mr. William has fifth. Better Zone. He is the trailer at the midway point. Metaman will get the field halfway home, and he arrived at the half in 57 and 3. Mark it up, tracks in the 2 holes, then round the turn, James Range third. I'll walk the line. He's in fourth. Mr. William has fifth. Then the trailer, that is Better Zone. They're going to 3/4 next. On the front end, Metaman arriving there with the lead on Mark it up. James Range at the rail in third. I'll walk the line at the rail fourth. Fifth on the outside, Mr. William. Better Zone is sixth at 3/4 in 1. 27 flat. Rounding the turn with an 8 left to go. Metaman coming on home clear by 3. Second is Mark it up. James Range races third. Metaman came to play for O'Brien. A going away winner. Second, that'll be Mark it up. James Range will finish third, and they stop the clock tonight in 1:56 and 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 9th race. Metaman and David O'Brien, they came to play tonight right down the road. 28 and 1, the half in 57 and 3. Rolled to 3/4 in 1:27 and come home tonight in 29 and 1 to stop the clock in 1:56 and 1. That is his 7th lifetime win. First win of the season for the 5, Metaman and David O'Brien. There's a great shot of David O'Brien from Matthew McLean from Universal Media. They're hitting the line tonight. 1:56 and 1, as I said. Mark it up second. James Range in there for third. It's 5-3-1 unofficially in tonight's 9th. We're going to see Metaman and David O'Brien. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Reds winner's circle next. We got a winner in the 50-50 draw. Nelson Gallant from Summerside. Congratulations.
Well, David O'Brien, it's been a long time since you had a visit to the Summerside Raceway Winners Circle. Welcome back, and Metaman's about to take you there. Metaman, Bay Pacing Stallion, 5 by Lazarus, off the Sweet Lou Dam, Dancing Lucille. On Belinda and David O'Brien of Charlottetown. David O'Brien does the training and the driving. Time for the mile in 1:56 and 1. Metaman in the 9th. Now the official results from the 9th race: James Raines 3rd, Better Zone was 6th, Mark It Up finished 2nd, Mr. William was 5th, Metaman, the race winner. I'll Walk the Line finished 4th. They went 28-1, 57-3, 127, and the mile 156-1. In review 362, 514. Metaman paid $270. Exactor $430, Triactor $720, Superfecta $542.
Redshores Racing is excited to offer a pick 4 as part of the 2026 wagering menu. The late pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Redshore Summerside and Redshore Charlottetown, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race, a field of 7. I'm going 5, 4, and 1. Post time picks likes 5, 2, 4. And the classifier's choice is 5, 1, 2 in the 10th race in 7 minutes. Redshore Summerside Future Stars of Racing is Monday, June 22nd, beginning at 5:30. Entry deadline is Wednesday, June 17th. That's tomorrow at 3 o'clock. For more information, contact the race office at 902-629-6634. Fans will be able to enjoy the action with a barbecue and prize draws. The Future Stars of Racing will also be carried live at Redshores.ca.
No Fool Tobago on the 10th race post parade, owned and trained by Garth Cole of Kensington, Ryan DeRoss drives. 2 Going Yard, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, and Aidan Ferris of Summerside, trained by George Renison, Corey McPherson. Run for the Money, number 3, owned by Chandler McIsaac of Summerside, Brandon McDougall of Alberton, Brady Sweet trains and drives. 4 is Ms. Moyes, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hatley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Adam Murner. 5 is Elm Grove Talia, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Shane Baglow, trained by Luke Burke, Jason Hughes. Number 6, The Last Darty, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell drives. Number 7, Beth, owned by Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Kenny Murphy. 3 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day Live from Summerside, PEI. Rocky is back in just a moment, but first a message from HBI Bet.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Heading out to the track for tonight's 10th race, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. It's also the start of the guaranteed 20-cent late pick 4, landing on the 5, Elm Grove Talia, 4-year-old bay mare by Stonebridge Terror. For Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Shane Beglow, Luke Burke is the trainer. Jason Hughes gets the call to drive tonight. Started here last Tuesday night, left on the rail. Finished second, just beat a neck, 1:57 flat, 29 seconds flat. Closing quarter, Kenny Murphy was in the bike last season. 8 wins from 19 tries, 19 times in the top 3 with over $78,000 in the bank, and a record of 155 flat taken at Charlottetown. Post fight tonight for Elm Grove Talia with Jason Hughes at even money. And there we get a peek at the 4, Ms. Moyes, a 9-year-old bay mare by Roll With It Harry for Olivia May, Quade Haitley, Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown. Adam Murner is the trainer and driver. Started here last Tuesday night, left from post 4, finished 3rd. Race timed in 1:58 flat with a closing quarter of 29 3. Had 5 wins last season from 31 tries, over 17,000 in the bank, and a 156 1 season's best taken at Charlottetown Driving Park. Post 4 tonight for Ms. Moyes with Adam Murner at 7-2. And just a note that the draw for Tuesday night's card, next Tuesday night's card here in Summerside, will take place Thursday of this week. Thursday of this week will be the draw for the driving championship for our card here next Tuesday night. There's a look at the rail sitter in here. No Fool Tobago is a 5-year-old brown mare by Tobago Case for Gareth Cole of Kensington. He's the owner, the trainer, and the breeder. Ryan Darash gets the call to drive tonight. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Left from 3, finished 7, 158-2 with a closing quarter of 29-3. She had 5 wins last season. And the season's best of 158-3 right here in Summerside. Was a winner 2 weeks ago, June the 2nd here from Post 5, wire to wire in 158-3. Paul Angel was in the bike, 30-4, closing quarter. On the rail tonight, No Fool Tobago with Ryan Darash, 6-1. Tonight's 10th race has a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
No Fool Tobago. Going yard, run for the money, Ms. Moise. I'm going to tell you the last 30, Beth. She's on the outside. It's the 10th up on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing from the middle, Ms. Moise leaving out. No Fool Tobago at the rail. Going yard will be third between horses. To get away fourth, run for the money on the outside. Elmgrove Tally is fifth. Beth has moved into sixth. Now the trailer in the early going. That's the last 37th. Quarter pole bound, guarding the cones. Long shot leader. No Fool Tobago. In line to Ryan Darash. Tucked away with a 2-hole ride is going yard. Ms. Moise has settled up third. Run for the money in fourth. Elmgrove Talia fifth, followed by Beth and the last 30. 28 seconds flat. Open this one up. Straight alignment off the paddock turn. They come towards half mile. Led by No Fool Tobago. Going yard is second. Ms. Moise third. Run for the money has fourth. Elmgrove Talia, the 1-9 chalk, continues in fifth, and she's edged out. 6 is Beth, trailing 7th. The last 30, halfway home time, 57-2. Midway around the clubhouse turn, over to the 5/8 they go. The unchallenged and still that long shot leader, No Fool Tobago. Second is going yard. Ms. Moise under urging third. Elmgrove Talia now, she's coming fourth on the outside. At the rail, run for the money fifth. On the outside, 6. That is Beth, followed by the trailer. The last 30, 3/4 in 127 flat. She's looking for a colossal upset in here, and she is No Fool Tobago by almost 3, and she's homeward bound. Going yard is second. Elmgrove Talia third, way wide. Beth on the wire next in a shocker tonight. No Fool Tobago all the way to upset them. Elmgrove Talia was second. There'll be a show photo. But the storyline is No Fool Tobago won 56-3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. Didn't see this coming. No Fool Tobago, a header pick for third in here. Goes right down the road tonight. 28 seconds flat to the quarter. The half up in 57-2. Down to 3/4 in 127. Here's the stretch drive in tonight's 10th race as Ryan DeRoche gives an excellent steer here tonight to No Fool Tobago. As I've mentioned, the fractions 156 and 3. That's a new race win record for this 5-year-old mare by Tobago K. As I mentioned, a new race win record tonight for No Fool Tobago. Ryan DeRoche in the bike for the win. In for second is Elm Grove Talia. Looks like Going Yard is in there for third. So it's 1-5-2 unofficially here in tonight's 10th race. We'll see No Fool Tobago and Ryan DeRoche. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner Circle next.
All kinds of coffee and donuts tomorrow. Kensington. They've had another good night. Here's No Fool Tobago to take Ryan DeRoche into the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle here in race number 10. No Fool Tobago pacing Brown Mare, the 5-year-old daughter of Tobago K's. Off the drop-off dam, Woodmere No Fool. Garth Cole does it all. He's the owner, he's the trainer, he's the breeder, and he's in Kensington. Ryan DeRoche in the driver's seat in this night. Put her on top at every call. She's never been better than she just was tonight here in Summerside, pacing to a new race win record. 156 and 3. No Fool Tobago in a 10th race. Shocker. Now the official results from the 10th race. No Fool Tobago, the race winner. Going Yard to finish third. Run for the Money fourth. Ms. Moyes was sixth. Elm Grove Talia finished second. The Last Darty was seventh. Beth, she finished fifth. They went 28, 57 and 2. 127 and the mile in 156 and 3. In review, it's 134, 62, 75. No Fool Tobago paid $42.10 to win. The exactor $106, the triactor $110.40, and the superfecta $204.38.
Follow Red Shores' official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, gaming floors. This includes any postponements, delays, or rescheduling of official dates. Get the information you need from our Red Shores official platforms. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 11th race. A field of 8 in here. I'm going 2, 3, 8. Post time picks like 3, 6, and 1. And the classifier's choices 2, 3, and 7 in tonight's 11th race in 6 minutes. And there's a look at that show photo from tonight's 10th race. You'll see the 2 going yard, just nipping the 3 run for the money. There's another great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Tonight's 11th race on Post Parade. Number 1 is Hamac Maximus, owned by Great Story of Montague, trained by Tammy Collins. Jeremy Baker drives. Elm Grove Mistress number 2, Jason Hughes in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Jennifer Doyle Stratford. Steamboat Springs number 3, owned by Jonathan and Mario LaJoy of St. Antoine, New Brunswick, for trainer-driver Adam Murner. 4, Abiding Art, owned by Jack and Brendan Melanson of Stanley Bridge, trained by George Renison. Brady Sweetup. 5, Maple O'Reilly, owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point, trained by Taylor Doyle. Corey McPherson drives. Broken Head of Gas wears number 6, owned and trained by Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook. Landon Campbell. Taylor Doyle of Kensington co-owns trains and drives with co-owner Jack McGurk of Kensington. 7, Sharkey. Number 8 is Brookdale J. Mack, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. That's Paul Angel. 3 minutes to post time. 8 of the top drivers in Atlantic Canada will compete in the Regional Driving Championship on Tuesday, June 23rd at Red Shores, Summerside.
That's right, next Tuesday night right here, and I just announced a little while ago, the draw for next Tuesday night is this Thursday. So if you didn't hear me, the draw for next Tuesday night for the Atlantic Regional Driving Championship is this Thursday. We got Jill Berrio, Mark Campbell, Mike Downey, Paul Angel, Keith Legg, Corey McPherson, Zach Mullins, and Mark Pezzarello. Put your horses in the box. It's the Atlantic Regional Driving Championship next Tuesday night right here at Summerside, Red Shores. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 11th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 2 Elm Grove Mistress with reunited with Jason Hughes, who drove this mare a lot and win a lot of races with this mare. She's an 11-year-old bay mare bi-articulator for Jennifer Doyle of Stratford, who's the owner and the trainer. And as I mentioned, Jason Hughes back in the bike tonight. Last start June the 11th at Charlottetown from post 6, finished 5th. 156-1 with a closing quarter of 28-1. Kenny Murphy was in the bike. Great season last season with 34 starts, 10 wins, over $27,000, and a 155-2 season's best taken at Charlottetown. It's Elm Grove Mistress on the rail with Jason Hughes at 9-2. There's a look at the 3. Steamboat Springs, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Sweet Lou for Jonathan LaJoy, St. Antoine, and Mario LaJoy of St. Antoine, New Brunswick. Adam Erner, the trainer and the driver. Nice start June 13th at Charlottetown from post 2, finished 2. Race time 155-1, closed it out in 29 seconds flat. 3 wins last season, and a record of 150-1 taken at the Meadowlands, over $52,000 in earnings last season as well. Leaves 3 tonight. Steamboat Springs with Adam Erner is your current choice on the board at 2-5. And on the far outside tonight is the 8, Brookdale J. Mack, a 5-year-old bay gelding by He's Watching for Doug and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer is the trainer, looking for a double. Paul Angel's in the bike, also looking for a double, as are the owners, Doug and Doug Polly Jr. Last start was here June the 2nd, left on the rail, finished 5th. 157-1, closed it out 31 seconds flat. I love that start in Charlottetown on May the 9th. Left on the rail, went right down the road to win in 154 flat. New race win record, closing it out in 29 seconds flat for Paul Angel. He's a long way out tonight, but he could be there. That's Brookdale J. Mack, and don't let him get away at those odds, folks. 44-1. Want to give a shout out over in Truro to Joe Kelly, the track announcer and the classifier over there. Had a great night over there on Friday night. I was up and called some races with Joe in the booth, and it was I'm very much appreciated, Joe, so shout out to you. As the field of race number 11, field of 8 lines up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Here's Vance Cameron.
Al Max and Miss Elm Grove Mistress, Steamboat Springs, Abiding Art, Maple O'Reilly, Broken Head of Gag, Sharky, Brookdale J. Mack on the grandstand side, top of the stretch. Here they come. The Rough and pacing. Elm Grove Mistress leaving out. Hamac Maximus along the rail. He's fired up. Then the third one as they make their way to the turn. Abiding Art moving up fourth. Maple O'Reilly away fifth to Steamboat Springs. Then in sixth, Broken Head of Gas. Sharky got away seventh, followed by the trailer. Brookdale J. Mack along the backstretch and the veteran mare Elm Grove Mistress. And the Blue Knight Use. They're going to be quarter pole leading. Hamac Maximus is second. Abiding Art in third. Maple O'Reilly right up into fourth. Then in fifth, it's Steamboat Springs. They open this one up in 28 and 1. Racing from six, that's Broken Head of Gas, followed by Sharky and Brookdale J. Mack. Off the paddock turn, straight alignment this field of 8. They're led to the half by Elm Grove Mistress. Getting the two-hole ride, Hamac Maximus. Then in third, Abiding Art. There goes Steamboat Springs underway in the outside fourth. Maple O'Reilly on the cones fifth. Moving out sixth is Broken Head of Gas. Sharky is seventh and Brookdale J. Mack the trailer 57 and 4 for a half a mile. Down to 3/8 left to go, and it's Elm Grove Mistress, the leader, going to the backstretch. Steamboat Springs comes first up on the outside to challenge. Now in the pocket, Hamac Maximus third, fourth on the outside. That's Broken Head of Gas. On the rail, Abiding Art is fifth. Maple O'Reilly moved out from sixth. Sharky has seventh, and Brookdale J. Mack on the outside, a 3/4 up in 1. 27 and 1. They're down to an eighth to go. Steamboat Springs on the outside, now the leader. Elm Grove Mistress along the rail. Joining them, Broken Head of Gas on the far outside. Deep in the stretch, on the wire next. Steamboat Springs might have got there in the middle with Murner. Then Broken Head of Gas and Hamac Maximus 1:56 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. Elm Grove Mistress went to the front, 28 and 1, the half up in 57 and 4, down to 3/4 in 1:27 and 1. Had a challenger. Steamboat Springs came first over, and they battled all the way down the backstretch, all the way around the turn here. Here's the stretch drive. I thought young Landon Campbell was going to get up and get this in his third drive, I believe it is, in Summerside since he started driving, and he just gets nipped, I believe, on the line here by the 3. Yes, it's posted. Steamboat Springs, great effort tonight, great win, 1:56 flat. That's his third win of the season, 7th career. In for second is the 6, Broken Head of Gas. Up for third is the 1, Hamac Maximus. 2 trainees from Tammy Collins' stable. She's the trainer of those 2 horses, finishing second and third. We're going to see Steamboat Springs and Adam Murner. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
There's Steamboat Springs on his way to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle from tonight's 11th race. He's a Bay Pacing Gelding, the 4-year-old son of Sweet Lou. Off the Art Major Dam, Hedgie Blue Chip, owned by Jonathan and Mario LaJoy from St. Antoine, New Brunswick, bred by Volcari Farms. Adam Murner trains and drives the miles in 1:56. Steamboat Springs delivers in the 11th. Now the official results from the 11th race, Hamac Maximus third, Elm Grove Mistress fourth, Steamboat Springs the race winner. Abiding Art was seventh. Maple O'Reilly finished fifth. Broken Eddie Gas was second. Sharkey finished sixth. Brookdale J. Mack was eighth. 28-1, 57-4, 127-1, and the mile 156. In review, 341, 752, 68. Steamboat Springs paid $240. The exactor 1870, the triactor 45.50, and the superfecta 13.88.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. We got 11 races in the books tonight thus far, and we're going to talk about the Governor's Plate second chance draws. They're back at Red Shore Summerside on live race days in Summerside. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drum for a chance to win the grand prize, which includes one table of four on Governor's Plate night, one night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs and wagering vouchers, plus $500 cash. The grand prize draw is July the 1st. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 12th race. I'm going to go with a 2-5-4. Post time picks at 5, 2, and 3. Classifiers choices 5, 2, and 1 in tonight's feature here at Red Shores in Summerside. And Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam momentarily.
Preferred Pacers for tonight's featured 12th race. They're on Post Parade. Number 1, Louis the Great. Owned by Leith, Leslie, and Spencer Wade. Leslie Wade is the trainer. Corey McPherson driving. 2 is House Edge Hanover, owned by Everett Hansen of Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Ron Matheson, Jason Hughes. 3, Doc Awesome, owned by Darla McCackron, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron of Summerside. Darla does the training tonight, Paul Langell. Sobel Attack 4, owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callbeck of Summerside. Paul does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. Marigo Magic, number 5, owned by Mike May, Herman McQuaid, and Derek Cameron of Charlottetown. Adam Murder trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. And Rocky, as you mentioned, we're coming up with our selections here in the Tuesday night featured at Summerside Preferred Pacers, and we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for the continued presentation of the Vance Cam. Well, Mr. Skirman, I got to look at your first 2 selections there on the screen. I'm right with you. I like the 2 House Edge Hanover. He's on a 3-race win streak. I like the 5 Marigo Magic for the deuce. I went to 3 Doc Awesome. I looked up and down the page, and I didn't go to track it to look him up, Rocky, to see how many deuces that he did have in a row, but he is raced simply awesome out of the McCackron barn. I've got him in the Triactor, and for super players, I land on Paul Bigger's Sobel Attack. It's 2-5-3-4 from the booth. Rocky, your choices.
I like the 2 as well. Comes into this when Vance, as you mentioned, a 3-race winning streak, 153 and 4, 3 back in Charlottetown. Gotta like him, especially leaving 2 tonight. For second, I went to the 5 Marigo Magic. For third, I put in Sobel Attack, Paul Bigger's horse. He's right there all the time. And then we'll put in Doc Awesome for 4th. So I'm going to go 2-5-4-3. Vance is going 2-5-3-4. Good luck with your selections in race 12. It's the feature here on a Tuesday night at Red Shores in Summerside. Beautiful evening here in Summerside as we look out. Still daylight out with the 12th race up and coming. We're going to have a look at the odds board with Louis the Great on the rail with Corey McPherson at 3-1. House Edge Hanover 2 with Jason Hughes at 8-5. Doc Awesome 3 with Paul Angel at 3-1. The 4 is Sobel Attack and Kenny Murphy at 6-1. And 5 on the outside is Marigo Magic and Adam Erner at 9-5. That's the field for tonight's 12th race feature. Good luck with your selections. Want to give a shout out to my mother, Sharon Skierman. She's always watching the races, tuned in. Doesn't matter if it's here, Charlottetown, Inverness, doesn't matter. She's watching the races all the time. So shout out to you, mother, as you enjoy the races here tonight from Red Shores in Summerside. The feature race number 12 lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Centre starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
These are preferred pacers, and they go by the names Louis the Great, House Edge Hanover, Doc Awesome, Sobble Attack, Marigo Magic. There's 5 of them here in the feature 12th. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. And there they go. Off and pacing. Doc Awesome is firing out. House Edge Hanover along the rail. Sobble Attack third as they make their way round the turn. Going into fourth, Marigo Magic. And then the trailer. That will be Louis the Great. They swing by the ace pole. Doc Awesome on the outside will strike the lead for Paul Langell. House Edge Hanover along the rail is second. Racing from third. That's Sobble Attack. While they're sitting up in the feature here. Back into fourth. Marigo Magic, and farther back fifth, that is Louis the Great, and they opened it up. Wow! 26-4! Boom! Just like that, Doc Awesome. He is the fired-up leader in unfamiliar territory, right on the choo-choo, and he's got them halfway home. House Edge Hanover is second, Sobble Attack third, fourth, Marigo Magic, and closed up from fifth, that is Louis the Great. They're halfway home in the featured in 56-1. Around the turn they go, and they're chasing Doc Awesome, arriving at 5-8 in the 2-hole House Edge Hanover. Sobble Attack races third, fourth, Marigo Magic, Louis the Great fifth. They go to 3/4. Doc Awesome at the rail. Here's House Edge Hanover now, matching strides on the outside second. Sobble Attack is right there third, fourth, Marigo Magic. Louis the Great scooting through at the rail. 3/4 tripped in 1:26 flat. Wow, a blanket covers them with an 8th left to go, and they're 4 wide, turning for home. In at the rail, Doc Awesome, House Edge Hanover, Marigo Magic picking them up, putting them down in the late going. Marigo Magic, Murner goes back to back. Sobble Attack is second. Maybe Louis the Great, he might have been third. Time for this mile in 1:55. Bullet!
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race feature. And what a battle around that turn. They were flying. Doc Awesome and House Edge Hanover. That first 8th had to be in 13 seconds. They went around that turn and they scooted to the quarter in 26-4, the half in 56-1, 126 to 3/4. And Marigo Magic and Adam Murner. Murner's going to go back-to-back for the double here tonight. They get it all in 1:55 flat. That's his 3rd win of the season. 24th career. There's a nice shot by Matthew McLean from Universal Media. On the line is Marigo Magic. In for second, the 4, Sobble Attack. He raced great tonight. Third is Louis the Great. It's 5-4-1. Unofficially in the feature, we're going to see Marigo Magic and Adam Murner. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next. Got a birthday shout out tonight going out to Isabella McKay from all of us here at Red Shore. She celebrates her birthday tomorrow. You see Isabella selling the 50-50 up here in the Oval and all around. So happy birthday from all of us here at Red Shores.
He's been one of the great maritime breds of all time. He's put quite a career with $232,000 in prize money in just 55 starts. He comes from off the pace tonight to win going away in the preferred featured here in Summerside. He is Marigo Magic. Bay Pacing Gelding 5 by Tobago Cays. From the Largo Dam, Meridian Magic, owned by Mike May, Herman McQuaid, and Derek Cameron of Charlottetown. Bred by Barry and Reuben Martin of Nova Scotia. Adam Murner training and driving doubles tonight, going back-to-back. 1:55 time for the mile. Marigo Magic in the Tuesday night feature at Summerside. Here's the official results now from the 12th race. Louis the Great, 3rd. House Edge Hanover, 4th. Doc Awesome, 5th. Sobble Attack was 2nd. Marigo Magic was the race winner. They went 26-4, 56-1, 126, and they stopped the clock in 1:55. In review, 3, 4, 5, 2, 1. Marigo Magic 370, Exactor 5590, Triactor 240-40, Superfecta 50-57.
And don't forget Red Shore Summerside Future Stars of Racing, Monday, June the 22nd, beginning at 5:30. Entry deadline is tomorrow, June 17th at 3 o'clock. For more information, contact the race office at 902-629-6634. Fans will be able to enjoy the action with a barbecue and prize draws. Future Stars of Racing will also be carried live at Redshores.ca. And another reminder that the draw for next Tuesday's card is this Thursday. Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2026 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program with the low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High Five at Red Shores Summerside and Red Shores in Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the 13th race finale. I like a 5-1-4, post time picks at 1-5-2, and the classifier's choice is 5-8 and 1 in the finale in 6 minutes. And there's a look at that show photo, very close show photo from tonight's feature race. You see Louis the Great nipping House Edge Hanover on the line. There's another great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Rock Shining Star on the 13th race parade, owned by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart. David O'Brien trains and drives. 2 La Barbe, owned by Cameron Racing. Brenda McGuinness and Lynn Whitlock, trained by Taylor Doyle, Corey McPherson. Hands off, nose in. 3, Kenny Murphy driving for owner-trainer Ralph Sweet, O'Leary. Brookdale Thomas 4, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell. 5, Tahoe Sealster, owned by Wayne McGee of Sydney Mines, Nova Scotia, trained by Tommy Weatherby, Adam Murner. Roll With It, Darling, number 6, owned by Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton, trained and driven by Devin Wallace. Thinking of Eddie, number 7, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady trains and drives. Number 8, Melody Maker, Ryan DeRoss drives for owner-trainer Greg McGinnis, Tyne Valley. 1 minute. 2 post time. We're back with live racing on Thursday night at Redshores, Charlottetown, featuring the All-Star Cresting Trot Series. Post time 6 p.m. Rocky and his Super High Five ticket to wrap up Tuesday in Summerside.
Well, there's a look at our Super High Five tickets. Vance and I are matching in the triactor. We like the 5, 1, and 4. Then I put the 8 in there, Melody Maker, and the 3, Hands Off, Nose In. Vance put the 2, La Barbe, in there for 4th, and the 8, Melody Maker. So I'm going 5, 1, 4, 8, 3. Vance Cameron, 5, 1, 4, 2, 8. Good luck, and get in on the Super High Five. The most familiar sound in harness racing is the bugle, and it's signaling post time for the 13th. And we're going to have a look at the odds board with Rock Shining Star and David O'Brien on the rail at even money. La Barbe is 2 and Corey McPherson at 32 to 1. The 3, Hands Off, Nose In, and Kenny Murphy at 12 to 1. 4, Brookdale Thomas and Paul Angel at 65 to 1. Tahoe Sealster is 5 with Adam Murner at 3 to 5. Roll With It, Darling, the 6 with Devin Wallace at 18 to 1. Thinking of Eddie is 7 with Brady Sweet at 46 to 1. Rounding out the field, 8. That's Melody Maker with Ryan DeRoche at 30 to 1. That's a look at the field for race 13. It's our finale here on a Tuesday night. Good luck with your selections. 13th race finale here on a Tuesday night has a field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate one more time. Here is Vance Cameron.
Rock Shining Star, LaBarbe. Hands off, nose in, Brookdale Thomas. Tahoe Seals to roll with it, Darling. Thinking of Eddie on the grandstand side, that's Melody Maker, and they're at the top of the stretch. Super High 5 finale. Post time. Off and pacing, Tahoe Sealster leaving out. Rock Shining Star to second. LaBarbe will be third around the turn. Away fourth. Hands off, nose in to get away fifth. That is Brookdale Thomas. Moving into sixth. Roll with it, Darling. Seventh, that's Thinking of Eddie, followed by the trailer, Melody Maker. Along the backstretch, they go to the opening quarter, and it's Rock's Shining Star on the engine here for David O'Brien. Second is LaBarbe. Tahoe Sealster, the heavy favorite, now tucks away third. Hands off, nose in, races fourth. Then in fifth as they make their way round the turn. That's Brookdale Thomas. The quarter was 28 seconds flat. On the front end, it's Rock Shining Star and David O'Brien. Towards the half mile they come. LaBarbe, the two-hole ride. Tahoe Sealster third. Hands off, nose in fourth. That's Brookdale Thomas fifth. Roll with the Darlings in sixth. Racing from seventh. Along the inside, it's Thinking of Eddie. And trailing the field, that's Melody Maker halfway home in a rolling 56. And 3. Rock Shining Star, the leader at 5-8. LaBarbe goes second. Tahoe Sealster, he races from third. Fourth and on the move in the outside, Brookdale Thomas is underway. Fifth is Hands Off, Nose In, racing from sixth. Roll with it, Darling. Seventh is Thinking of Eddie, and the trailer, that is Melody Maker. The 3/4 in the books. Rock Shining Star clear by 3. 1:26 and 2 down at 3/4. 1/8 of a mile left to go. They turn for home. Rock Shining Star the leader. Second is Brookdale Thomas. Tahoe Sealster third. Fourth, Hands Off, Nose In. On the wire next, Rock Shining Star trying to get there. Rock Shining Star and Tahoe Sealster. Wow, they're together in a picture to close it out here in Summerside. Mile 1:55.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media on race number 13. And we saw David O'Brien try to go right down the road tonight with Rock Shining Star. 28, the half in 56 and 3, 3/4 1:26 and 2. Going to three, past the 3/4, Tahoe Sealster edged out, and he had the cover there from Brookdale Thomas. And they're battling to the wire here. And we see Adam Erner triple up tonight. He goes back to back to back to win tonight in 1:55 and 2. That's a new race win record for the 5. Tahoe Sealster up for second. That's the 1. Rock Shining Star. Brookdale Thomas third. It's 5-1-4. Ice cold for Vance and I both here in race number 13. Under an inquiry, but we're going to see Tahoe Sealster and Adam Erner. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a judge's inquiry underway in race number 13. Judge's inquiry, it's the conduct of the race at the 5/8. Well, Tahoe Sealster got there in the final stride to triple up Adam Erner here on Tuesday night in Summerside. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle. Tahoe Sealster, Bay Pacing Colt 3 by Century Farrell. From the Western Ideal Dam, the Wondrous Wendy. Owned by Wayne McGee of City Mines, Nova Scotia. Bred by Sealster Farms of Lucan, Ontario. Trained by Tommy Weatherby. Adam Erner picks up his third winner on the night for the triple. and the time for the mile becomes a new pacing record of 1:55 and 2. Tahoe Sealster and the Murner Triple in the Super High Five.
And here is a look at the inquiry underway here in race number 13, the finale. Going to the 5/8. Judges' inquiry here in race number 13. That is what they're looking at. You see the back two horses there kind of looking like something happened there. That's the inquiry here in the finale.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's the results of the judges' inquiry in the 13th race. Racing officials deemed that number 6, Roll with a Darling, interfere with numbers 7 and 8 at the 5/8. Both those horses finishing ahead of the 6. No placings required. Now the official results in the 13th, Rock Shining Star was second. LaBarbe finished 8th. Hands Off Nose In 4th. Brookdale Thomas was 3rd. Tahoe Sealster the race winner. Roll with It Darling was 7th. Thinking of Eddie finished 5th. Melody Maker was 6th. They went 28, 56 and 3. 126 and 2. And the mile 1:55 and 2. From the top, your program reads 284-317-56. Tahoe Sealster paid $2.40. The Exactor $5. Triactor $13.50. The Late Daily Double $4.50. The Super High Five, that is yet to be posted. That's going to wrap up our live presentation tonight here in Summerside. The Par Mutual handle went $61,617. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.